at 108th and Dodge.
10 to go in the period. A final rush here. Hedman across the blue line. Lost it, but following up Killorn center point. Shoots. Deflects in front. Hedman. Score! Hedman! With 1.4 seconds left in the first.
Wow.
The Lightning have their first lead in the series.
Kane's trying to keep in. Svechnikov shot. Rebounds there. Allmark makes the save. Back to the point for Bergeron. 57 seconds left in a 5-on-4. Teravainen. D'Angelo. Oh, one-timer. He scores! A power play goal!
Edmondson and over the line. McDavid dishes off a shot. Score! Off the rush. And there it is. Darnell Nurse's first NHL playoff goal. 2-0 Oilers.
Moves it for Booker, out of the wing, doubled, skips it across to the left. Shamit for three, knocks it down in the 2-for-1 opportunity. Landry Shamit with a triple.
Long pause, the pitch. Arenado swings and it's a drive to left field. That ball's going to leave the yard. It's a gunner. 3-0 Cardinals with nobody out in the first inning. 1-0. And a high drive, deep right center field. This ball is way back there. A grand slam for Rowdy Tellez. And the Brewers lead it 6-2. Swung on a chopper to first. In the right field, a base hit. Around third is Miller coming home. A Zokar's throw to the plate. Not in time. Miller scores with a slide. And Stephen Kwan has his first major league walk-off base hit. And Cleveland with its first walk-off win of the year.
How about that in the open? Lane Grindle on the call of the Tellers night last night, 8 RBIs. Former 16-20 the zoner in Milwaukee as he had 8 RBIs. Not as good a sports night, Damon, last night as it was the night before.
No.
Yeah, there were some tough watches.
Little anticlimactic.
You were talking hockey. I would tell you that the Dallas-Phoenix game was a tough watch.
Especially
if you're a Mavs fan or a Luka fan.
If you're a Luka Doncic having to play defense, maybe.
But, man, that game just got swallowed up by the whistle. That was a tough game to watch.
Not worse than Carolina-Boston, though. I mean, they were alternating blowing the whistles about every 3 trips through the neutral zone. I have no idea. Boston may have been on that dust. I don't know. Like, they were so agitated and fidgety. It was so I wanted to change it like 15 times, but it was so bad. I was like, I wonder what dumb thing they're going to do next.
What collision is going to happen next to knock a guy out of the game?
I mean, and what's going on with the goaltender jinx? I mean, you better get your programs ready if you want to find out who's between the pipes.
Number 3 goaltender and your emergency backup could be getting action in the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Yeah. Right there.
Carolina loses a goalie last night. I think Boston's in serious trouble. I mean, Carolina once again dominated them.
They're so slow.
Yeah, and this is not the time. And just ask Minnesota. Minnesota got going last night, and you saw their speed in rebounding and big, huge first period against St. Louis to even that series up at a game apiece.
I mean, is Nashville going to have to go with Ingram?
Well, they got to do something. They might be better just going with an empty net.
That's tough.
Just playing with 6 skaters against Colorado.
Better or worse than James Harden's shirt in the presser?
Yeah.
How about, it looked like a Sprite can.
James.
I like to Sprite it.
Where'd the James Harden from Houston go?
I don't know.
He's
but
a long way away.
They don't give him an inch.
Yeah. So it's official. This time of the year, you either get exposed or get expanded. Like we are looking at, like Luka, for example. He's on a team that had Brunson, and they could beat Utah with a 2-man game. But now he's being hunted. Like I thought about that. I was driving in this morning.
Yeah, they went at him.
There are rabbits everywhere this morning. Does anybody notice that?
So I think it's due-up season.
Yes.
What season?
You know, like
they mate?
Yes.
Is that what they call it?
Yeah, that's probably not the scientific term, doing up, but
okay.
Yeah.
So that explains, because I've seen it like with alligators this time of the year.
Well, they
mate.
Well, when's the last time you and Allie Croc hung out?
Well, I mean, you got used to it. You would see alligators like have no care in the world, and they'd be crossing like busy roads because they were going to mate. But I just an inordinate amount of bunnies and rabbits were bouncing around in the neighborhood while I was driving to work this morning. And only thing I can think of, hunting rabbits. But Phoenix was hunting Luca.
Yeah, breeding season for cottontails each year is in February and late March. It continues through September. Gestation lasts about 30 days.
That's
so there
are rabbits looking to get busy in Omaha.
It's straight do-up season. Yeah, like
it is what it is.
There were so many mashups and cut-ups, and I was listening to the broadcast, and they're obviously just drilling Luca. But it would be miserable to have people just go at you.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, let's put that guy in a two-man game. He's going to screw it up. But with all the grandstanding and whatever Luca was doing early, at some point, man, those basketball guys are going to be like, man, just keep this thing in check. We got a long way to go. And Phoenix was like, all right, this is what you're on today. We'll just go ahead and give it to you.
It's a trap.
So, I mean, you're talking about two ornery sons of guns, Chris Paul and Luca.
Yep.
I mean, really nice guys out there, as you can tell.
Wow. Well,
indeed.
And point God is bring him into the fourth quarter and say hello to him because he just takes over and he's a magician on the floor. And they're scary. I mean, when Booker is healthy, they're the favorite, and they were the favorite coming into the postseason.
Was he?
Those two together, I mean, Phoenix is really, 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 really good. And New Orleans missed an opportunity without Booker on the floor. But I mean, the Mavs can't win with just Luka. I mean, Brunson is getting abused by Booker. They have no room to do anything. But there's a stat out there from last night's game. And again, I think this time of the year and all the sports in the postseason, you can make your way up the Q rating. You get expanded, how much people love you or talk about you, or you get exposed. And I'm saying Luka's getting exposed because they are focusing strictly on him. But 50 times last night, they had the screen defender on him.
Mm-hmm.
50 times.
I know.
I mean, they went at him, and then he was worn down in the second half. And you saw he got agitated. He got into it with a fan. He was talking the talk the entire night.
That's the thing. Like, you can't just be out there and not think you're going to get it back. And that was worth the price of admission. It's just weird when you see a guy flex and he has no muscles.
Nope.
Like, my man doesn't have any cuts. Like, just no, it's just, I don't understand.
So the narrative takes off on him, and then the narrative is starting to be.
Now, he's still fantastic offensively, but
doesn't have an interest in playing defense.
I just don't.
And he hasn't.
Kind of a low IQ, too, a little bit, like with help and stuff. Are you hedging or are you not hedging? Are you the only one that knows you're in drop coverage? He's a weird cat.
The two teams that played last night could be the two teams that play in June for the championship, because Miami went up 2-0 on Philadelphia, and James Harden, who has his offensive shortcomings without Embiid, are being exposed in this, and that spells trouble.
Well,
he's destroyed.
Look how they're defending him, though.
Well,
he's got no space.
But he's not even attempting to shoot. He's had what, two? No, he's had one field goal attempt in the fourth quarter of the last two games.
Yeah.
One. Now, Maxi's their best player without Embiid, and Maxi's a baller. I don't know if they're going to get Embiid back, because it doesn't sound like he's even started the process. Like they were talking last night on the broadcast, yesterday was the first day that he could use his cell phone because of the screen. How brightness of the screen. I'm thinking, how is that guy going to play in an NBA game?
Oh, he'll be back. He's Joel. He's Joel.
He should just sit out the rest of the series.
Well, you guys are already good. I don't understand why if you're there's no way they're talking about extending Harden.
I don't know how you can.
Yeah.
I mean, you're spending $200 million?
Not on a third or fourth option.
I'll spend $200 million on the guy that was consistently in Houston, but not the guy right now.
Yeah, he's a third or fourth option.
I mean, Ben Simmons is calling him up and going, hey, how about that fourth quarter shooting?
Hey, so what do you think the diagnosis is for old Gentle Ben and his back?
I don't think we ever see him again.
Well, yeah, it's because he's going under is it the laser or the knife? I want the knife, the Ajante dagger.
I think any back procedure is significant, though, right?
Oh, well, yeah, probably.
Especially when you're an athlete and
just I don't want to say that. Thing. I don't want to just play a doctor on radio, but now all of a sudden we're going to surgery.
Yeah, they're going to do a 30 for 30 on this Nets season.
Yeah, maybe it's a. Yeah, I'm gonna have to see. He drives me crazy. By the way, you can have Tyler Hero.
Oh, I got me a sixth man.
Oh,
I need me a hero.
You can have that guy.
I got a guy that gets a bucket with a handle.
Wow.
But the NBA 2 finalists may have been on the display last night.
I don't know.
As Miami and Phoenix. I feel more confident saying that about Phoenix than I do about Miami because of what's ahead of them, and they need Lowry back.
Yeah.
They got a lot of depth, but they need Lowry back, and they need Butler to continue to be the playmaker that he has and dominate in stretches. But last night, the ball night, 2-0. Phoenix goes up. Miami goes up on Philadelphia. And we go up on a Thursday. Welcome into Sharp and Benning in the morning on this Cinco de Mayo. You guys realize it's Cinco de Mayo? We went from the May the 4th be with you yesterday to Cinco de Mayo today.
Not your typical restaurant.
I'm about to go get it.
And you know you're either smart or you're cheap where you celebrate Cinco de Mayo on the 4th of May or wait until the 6th and wonder why Mexican restaurants in town do not still have the same specials that they will have today. You're trying to beat the crowds. So enjoy Cinco de Mayo. Shane, yesterday I almost FaceTimed you. Had a discussion with a friend who clearly is not a Star Wars person.
And you got a friend.
I had to explain to them because they had questions.
Okay, about what?
Why the movies were out of order.
That's such low-hanging fruit. I asked that 8 years ago.
So I tried to explain it, and I thought, you know what? I might have somebody that would take up a lot of their time trying to explain it.
I asked
FaceTimed you.
I asked this question one time on the show earlier in our relationship, and you about mean mugged me all the way out of the studio because this turned into like 35 minutes.
Well, there are some gaps.
I think it's a fair question if you are into the Star Wars world. Why it starts with 4.
I thought it was fair then too, man. But I asked one too many questions.
There are some gaps in between the movies, and what I mean by that is if you go by starting with episode 1 down to episode 9, there you could call the that being 0, and then you look at Anakin's life, so he gets up to 6 or whatever age he is, and then by the third one he's like 17, 18, and then there's that gap there in between 3 and 4, which is like a 20-year gap, and then by 4, Darth Vader is Darth Vader, and he's probably 45, 50, and the time period that rolls between 4 and 6.
It's a lot going on.
I don't know how many.
I don't know. I
don't know how many in years that is. It might be anywhere between 10 and 15.
I don't know. One of the kids grew up.
So you would think that Darth Vader's probably 60 by then, and then there's a gap in between 6 and the new series. So what they're trying to do, basically, what I'm trying to say here is that in between the movies, they're trying to fill in the gaps. So that's why you have like Rogue One. They're coming back to that because they're filling in the stories. That 20-year gap, nobody really knows. There hasn't been movies made in that time period. Same with the others.
People want to know people want to know how Cameron Poe got off the Conair flight.
And they're filling it in. They're filling the stuff in with the gaps with the TV shows and the cartoons and all that kind of stuff.
What's Poe's first name?
Poe.
Poe?
His name's Poe. His name's Poe Dameron.
Poe Dameron.
That's his last name, Dameron.
Okay, Dameron. Poe Dameron.
Yeah. No, not Popo.
Well, I asked you what his name
Why
was.
Why didn't I do this and follow through?
My
friendship with that person probably would have been ended, but they had questions.
I have one question while we're asking. Is Cad Bane alive or no?
I don't know if Cad Bane's alive.
Well, I watched the end of Mandalorian a couple months ago, and I know that Boba Fett did the deal kind of in their little showdown, but people were alluding to the fact that Cad Bane might not really be dead.
Well, and he may be dead, but you may see him again, but they may go back in time and do another. I mean, because they did that.
That's a good answer. So maybe he's alive, maybe he isn't.
Maybe he's alive, maybe he isn't. But what I'm saying is that they roll back to the characters. and they show prequel stuff like you've seen with Darth Maul, because he died in episode 1, but they went back and they showed stuff before that.
Shane, if that young lady right there approached you and knocked on your car door window, would you be terrified? Or would you say, "Hey, what's up, Candace?"
She would never approach me. She'd run.
Easily approach the
Candace Parker?
microphone because she's amazing.
She's pretty cool.
She's
What?
having
That's your word for it.
she's
Shane?
having a good life.
Pretty cool.
She's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So
Uh,
you should have
What do
FaceTimed
you
me.
think she did with Sheldon? And do you think they just agreed not to do the whole child support thing, or they both make good money or made? What do you think? Do you care?
I think they probably decided not to be in the same room together parenting.
Oh, okay.
It happens.
Yeah.
It happened. One parent's better than the other.
The funny thing is,
We try not to rank.
the funny thing is with the Star Wars thing. I know you guys
back here.
You guys are trying to have a conversation over there, and I'm trying to butt in.
Where
But the funny
did
thing
we
with this,
go
I had thought
from
about that the other day,
here
and I was like,
now that
and I
all
kind of
of
went
the
through it in my
children
mind, and then I was thinking, well, the
growing up?
actual, I could actually do the Road Warrior better,
Road Warrior is an Animal
As
Hawk
in-
or
as
Mel
in-
Gibson.
as in Mad Max.
Oh yeah, great series.
Because, okay, let me give you the timeline for Mad Max.
Oh Lord, have mercy on my.
So the first one, he's 20 years old in.
Is this Fury Road?
No, it's just Mad Max.
Okay.
In the second one,
Is he part of the Popo?
no. Well, yes, he is. He is a police officer in it.
Okay.
If you want to say that.
Yeah, I know you did.
In the second one, he's 35. So there's like a 15-year gap. And then in the third one,
How'd you know? How do you know?
In the third one,
I didn't see a birthday party.
he didn't have a birthday party,
He's
but
busy riding through the desert.
in the third
trying
one,
to-
he's
trying to
15
avoid
years
humongous.
older in Thunderdome. And what they were going to do was they were going to do so when they did Fury Road, it was supposed to be 5 years after the first Mad Max, and then they were going to do a second one 5 years after that, and then it was going to be the Road Warrior. Then they were going to do 2 more, but they haven't done the other 3.
Can I ask the obvious?
What's the obvious?
How did we get to Mad Max Beyond the?
I
Thunderdome?
just I'm all about timelines right now. And what else you got? What else you want to talk about? Because they're doing those movies out of order too.
Yeah.
Because Fury Road is the in timeline sequence there. It's the second movie, even though they did it as the 4th movie.
Mm.
All right.
I could break down the Marvel movies for you.
We'll do that a little bit later.
Okay.
Maybe we'll do that on the podcast.
I was just going down the road of Mad Max Beyond the Thunderdome, trying to get the story. Shane, do you know the story of the Collector, or is that too much?
Marvel?
No, Mad Max.
Well, there's the Collector and.
Yeah, I know. Oh,
And
good
Marvel.
call. Yeah,
Yeah.
but no, we're on Mad Max.
So the Collector in Thunderdome.
Mhm.
He's sitting there behind the window.
Yeah.
He takes all his Mad Max's weapons.
Yes.
For the
Okay.
second straight morning, you better go get your quarterback.
I think he was Pontius Pilate too in the first adaptation of Jesus. Like
He was a big dude. I didn't see him being. He was
Frank
Pontius
Frank
Pilate.
Deering?
Yeah.
I think he was Pontius
Yeah.
Pilate. I think, or was he Barabbas? No, he's Pontius Pilate. He wanted nothing to do with the decision making. Don't put that pressure on me. That's what Tim Miles said. Don't put that crap on me.
Here is the
Send him back to the people.
lineup brought to you by Roof Rees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
That was some Shane. When you put that up on the podcast, but can you get that labeled?
second straight morning we've done this. This
Can
is
you put that thing labeled correctly? Now, what would I put? I mean, you were talking
Jesus,
about
Mad Max, and Star Wars.
and the Boston Bruins not being able to stay the sin bin and
Hunting-
backup goaltending.
Hunting wabbits.
Just off the cuff.
Luka Doncic's inability to guard.
Just off the cuff. I was thinking we should have a segment there where the listener.
The whole show is off the cuff.
Where the listener actually labels it for me. So I almost want to put this up and say, you guys label this segment for us.
What would you call it?
Yeah,
Hodgepodge?
what would you call this segment?
Poe Dameron.
That's what you just label it.
Let's call it Poe Dameron.
We may get
everybody will get
we
it.
may get a lot of Star Wars fans.
Well, you're
that
the one.
listen
You're
to
the
it.
weirdo that would actually FaceTime that question.
Oh, because
That sounds like a miserable experience.
I was like, you know what? This will be a perfect 40-minute conversation.
Well, they're trying to fill in the gaps.
Stephen M. Sipple may be trying to fill in the gaps of his life. He has left the Lincoln Journal-Star after 33 years. I think today is officially his last day.
Was there a swan song?
I don't know. Does he have a final column that he writes?
Yeah, about a week ago.
Shane, who sings that song, the final column? The final column.
That would be Europe, and it's the final countdown.
I'm sorry, it would be who?
Europe.
Europe?
Europe.
Europe.
No, Europe. Europe.
I think my man said Europe.
And I said Europe.
Europe first.
Europe
I was
first.
like, Jacob, that would be a rope.
No, that's Jacob Padilla.
He is a Suns fan.
Yes, he is. Well, see, we tie all this together. You can't get anything past us. So
You thi-
Sipple.
Do you think Jacob is up? Or you think he's still dreaming about
No way.
flipping
No way.
Chris Paul just brutalizing
He
Luka or
probably
somebody?
went to bed just a little bit ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably doing like ball screens, 2-man games in his head.
Too many Suns tweets.
Was he up? Was he busy? I wasn't really on social media last night.
I mean,
But I assume so.
Granted, Phoenix is 52-0 this year when they lead after the third quarter. So, but Sip's going to join us at 8:30 again.
With his final countdown?
Yes. Think it'll be emotional? Well, it can't be emotional because he's not going anywhere.
When do you think
He's
the
still
last
gonna cover
time
Nebraska.
Sip cried is?
What
decade?
Ooh. The 90s?
I'm gonna say that Sip has not shed a tear since pre.
It's hard telling in the press box.
I bet he hasn't shed a tear in over 20 years.
All right, so that'll be the first question.
Okay.
And you know, the Lincoln Journal-Star moved. Their building downtown, they tore it down, or the original one, and now
So where's
they're-
everybody tailgate?
I don't know. That's a big empty hole. I mean, they're doing some stuff in downtown Lincoln. They're building high rises.
Like the one. In
I
my
beg the
head.
difference. I bet
A
you.
big empty hole like the gaps in the Star Wars trilogy.
What did you just say?
I beg the difference. I bet you Sipple.
Begs the difference.
I
Why
beg
would
a
you
difference.
beg a difference?
Because I bet you
Do you beg to differ or a difference?
the difference.
Okay.
I bet you Sipple has shed a tear when one of his chickens has passed.
I doubt it. Oh, you know what? I think maybe his dog.
That's right.
Was it Bullet?
Yeah, it was. That was an emotional time for him.
Yeah, I don't. He just doesn't. I bet he still didn't cry.
Well, we'll see if we can make him. Well, let's see. He's not leaving. He's like staying. He's still gonna be on at 8:30 every Thursday.
Yeah. Well.
He just is not gonna be with the Lincoln Journal-Star. Everybody last night where I was, they wanted to know what are they gonna do with the Lincoln Journal-Star. What are they gonna replace him with? Brandon Vogel coming up at 9. It is a Thursday, so that means it's Ask Us Anything, brought to you by Oscar's Pizza and Grill. You ask us anything, you know the drill. It has been off as the kids say, the chains.
Oh, that's today.
Yes, it is. So prepare yourself accordingly. It's your favorite segment that we do every week. Coming up at 9:30, your chance to win a gift card from Oscar's Pizza and Grill. Send a email to Shane, anything goes question, into the Equitable Bank inbox, Shane at 1620thezone.com. Then we're going to win you some money with Brian Edwards, who may already, like FanDuel, have the win totals for college football.
Mitchell asked a funny but kind of low-key legit question. Is there any tampering involved with Sipple leaving?
Ooh.
Don't mealy mouth me.
So let's, Damon.
Stop.
No.
It's just Mitchell was just being funny.
So if there is,
I feel like a penguin.
if there is like any tampering going on, because we got to bring this back to current day college football.
Sure.
Because the story yesterday that in Southern California, Bryce Young and Jordan Addison are working out. Man, if he ends up at Alabama. So does that mean like this morning, I don't know, Sipple and
Stop. You can't even
are at a coffee shop together, just hanging out, doing work across from each other?
looking gazingly into each other's eyes.
Yeah, like Dan Bellino looked into Mad Bum yesterday.
I would have socked him.
We will discuss that because yesterday was a bad day for umpires, and ironically, we are trying to lock in a long-time Major League umpire for tomorrow's show. But we will get into that. I don't know. I think there's probably, I don't know, you call that tampering?
Yeah.
Like if your contract is up and somebody is courting you and they know your contract is up?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, so that'll be our second question to Sip. One, when was the last time you cried? And two, your new job, were you tampered with? Did you let the Lincoln Journal-Star have a counteroffer?
Is there tampering?
And will Tom Chattel have his column start appearing in the Lincoln Journal-Star? There's all kinds of stuff going on in that world.
I
remember when radio was unstable? Now
Well,
we're
you
kind of there's some stability in radio.
Like a device you may put in one's back for stability.
Don't it?
Maybe it could be emotional stability too. Don't undersell that.
No, not one bit. That is
and for some professional athletes, the two apparently are tied together.
Yeah, it's all about the whole package.
Yeah,
it's the destination.
They probably should have given him back in that deal.
6:35. It's sharp.
Could you really play a video game for 23 hours?
No.
That seems like a long time.
Even my worst moments, no. Like just sitting in front of the TV playing a video game for 23 hours?
Oh, a what? Pardon? Here we go.
All right, we'll be taking this break in about 15 minutes here.
Well, I did that once. Just one time. Just straight. It was like 24 hours.
What for?
What?
I don't know. I was a kid. It was summertime. Didn't matter.
How old?
That's probably 8 or 9.
Heck of a job with parental guidance. You're just
No, my dad was like, "Hey, yeah, just let's see how far you can get. This is interesting."
What were you playing? Zelda?
I was playing Defender. On the
Oh, that
Atari.
would drive me off the wall.
Oh.
24 hours of that?
Yeah, but it was sweet. I just had it down. I mean, there was nothing that could stop me. I mean, the only thing that stopped me was like I just had to pass out and go to bed.
My man played Defender for
It was
24
the middle of
hours
summer.
as a 9-year-old. That
Got like 1,000,000 points on it.
explains a lot.
Hey, before we wrap up today's first segment, Todd, who was a big part of yesterday's first segment, has tweeted at the show.
Todd was the man.
Just listen to the segment yesterday. Wow. Didn't mean to hit a nerve. Haha, it's all good. Happy Cinco de Mayo. Shane needs a mini margarita.
Whoa. Oh, I see what he did
Had a
there.
rough week, it sounds like. We took care of
Nothing
Todd's
there.
problems yesterday.
Hey, Shade. He just hit you with the little mini margarita.
Oh, here we go.
I like that. Where can I get one? Can I get 2?
What are those knockoffs that they have in the store?
Where you just add ice. Some of those aren't bad now.
Hang on, I'm gonna butcher the name.
The buckets
Nope. It is.
or in the little canisters?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Shane, you need a Cayman Jack. It's a margarita in a can, allegedly. Sometimes you see them in gas stations
Yep.
at the end
Oh, yeah.
caps. Shane, we'll get you a Cayman Jack.
Cayman, like the Cayman Islands?
No, Charles Barkley. Yes. Jeez.
An interesting day with Shane on the show. As it always is, sharp betting in the morning. There's Damon. I'm Gary. And the star of the show, as he should be, Shane on 1620 The Zone.
$42 degrees. Wow. It's really good at what they do. It doesn't matter what you're looking for. You're going to get an experienced sales staff. Super clean place. Awful friendly. Top seller just in terms of helping folks create better days. That's what's been happening with me for the last 3 or 4 months. And the products, it's so much range from vegan to gluten-free. There's even stuff for your pets. For me in particular, well, I get a few of the wildlife treats helping me with Buddha and Biggie. And then there's myself, right? The health and wellness, the cognitive, the CLAs, the immune boosts, the L-carnitine. It is so good. It helps me with energy, the focus, my mindset, my patience. When all those things come together, man, I can thank 42 degrees for that. Doesn't have to just be a DB thing. It can be a U thing too. Ton of great locations right by your mom's house. It's 42 degrees.
Booker from the left, doubled. Goes to Johnson, swings it quickly to Paul. Paul on the arc, will shoot the three, and he'll hit. Chris Paul, another big bucket with an answer three.
Guy that's going to turn 37 before too long, Chris Paul, has been taking over the fourth quarter in the postseason for the Suns. Had half of his 28 last night as the Suns went up 2-0 in their series in a game that 54 fouls were called. There was a stretch in the second quarter where we had 4 offensive fouls called in the span of 2 minutes.
Scintillating.
Turned into some WWE. It was a tough watch. It was, and I wondered, what is the goal in the postseason in the NBA? I thought they were going to allow them to be a little bit more physical, but from night to night, the game is officiated differently. I mean, completely different. And it doesn't matter if you're the East or the West. I thought they were going to let them be more physical, but last night they just choked the heck out of that game.
Another Casting Crowns reference, East to West. I'm going to go ahead and guess you've never heard that song.
I know of Casting Crowns, but I know I've not heard of the song.
Yeah, it's a great song.
Yeah.
Great. I probably put it in the system one time when Shane was trying to teach me how to do music, but that's neither here nor there. Was that more egregious than the penalty minutes in the Bruins Canes? Gosh, I can't get over that. I'm still traumatized over that. It was so bad.
Why did you hung on that long watching?
I know.
Game?
I was captivated. I was truly captivated. I wanted to see if Ronto was going to come back. They kept saying upper body injury, and I was like, that's not what I would have guessed with the minor collision, but it took 4 minutes just to discern penalties.
Well, and you know,
they were like having I almost said a politically incorrect term. They were having a meeting of the minds on how to assess it, and I was like, didn't that overlap from the previous period?
So, you know, there's the attention to, hey, we're looking to cut down on head injuries. Then why would you take something from a major to a 2-minute minor?
Yeah.
If that's your goal.
Well, the crowd let them know they appreciated that.
That looks like a fun place to be. The Caniacs.
You're a Caniac, Caniac.
I mean, that place is
Look,
packed.
there's the replay right there on ESPN. That didn't seem like much.
No, it did not in real time.
Nothing new.
You know? And, you know, Kochetkov doesn't speak a lick of English. Do you know that?
No.
Yeah. Go ahead and save 30 out of 32, though. No problem. Considering Bruins just the neutral zone is like a no skate zone for them. If you're going to skate more than like 1 mile an hour.
It's good chippy. I mean, you're going to get a stick on you. You're going to get a jab here. You're going to get a Pasternak giving you something.
Yeah, he's wild.
He is. Welcome back in, Sharp and Betting in the Morning. Casey Rogers made his decision yesterday. He's going to Oregon. So Tony Tuioti goes to Oregon and takes 2 scholarship defensive linemen with him, Jordan Riley and Casey Rogers. So Casey Rogers will show up in the Pac-12 and have a familiar face, and that's the world we live in. That's the world we live in now with coaches and player movement. Nebraska's benefited from it, and now Tuioti had 2 guys that he was familiar with, has gotten them to come to Oregon.
At some point, I wish my weird affinity for Jordan Riley would be validated. Right now, it's just weird. I don't even have a pot to pee in or leg to stand on. I just think like, God, if that guy ever figured it out, he could be pretty good. And people are looking at me like, yeah, every time I've seen him, he hasn't been very good. And here I am. Well, I'm telling you, man, I can see it in my head. And they're like, yeah, well, let's see it on the field. At some point.
You think he pulled the ripcord too soon?
Man, I don't know.
Not considering the situation that was left here.
He just strikes me as the type of guy, and watching him up close, that I felt like could have been pretty good.
I don't know.
Not sure about the old ripcord thingy. I'd like to see that guy in a ripcord, though.
Well, now I have a time at chance at Oregon.
Yeah.
I mean, this is kind of the business as well. If you are looking to hire now, it probably you see a little bit more in college basketball. Is hire an assistant that has a couple of guys he can bring. You know, I don't think when they hired Mickey, it was like, hey, you know, could you bring Trey Palmer and the Coldest Crawford? You know, they're like, we're bringing Mickey, but look at how it's benefited. Mickey Joseph brought Palmer. Brian Applewhite brought, you know, he was able to with past connections get A.J. Allen, and then played a little part in O'Shawn Mathis coming here. And look at Mark Whipple. I mean, past connections. Chubba Purdy probably doesn't come to Nebraska if Mark Whipple is not here, and it was already recruiting him. So this is the world we live in, and you can't be angry at Tuioti.
They probably don't get Casey Thompson either.
No. If Mickey's not here.
Yeah. Or Whipple.
But it's just you can't if you're trying to go there and be upset at Tuioti, there's probably a lot of things you can be upset about Tuioti, but him having 2 former guys he coached on his roster, that's the world we live in. I heard it in basketball. Hey, if you can hire this guy, he's got 2 guys in the portal. He might be able to bring those 2 guys. So that's great. I'll hire him. That's
a lot of people. A lot of people hire like that. I mean, high school basketball. There's a lot of sports that are like that. Hey, what program do you coach in the summer? Hey, where are your connections with kids? Oh, people do that all the time.
But
college football would be difficult unless they're like some dudes, because 2 or 3 guys, unless they're the right 2 or 3 guys, sometimes don't really move the needle in a big old team sport like football. But in basketball, baseball, softball, and volleyball, man, you see it quite a bit.
So this new, as we adapt and not get stuck in the past like Bob Ryan, which we'll get to his comments about the 3-point shot that were all over social media yesterday, as we adapt, we get older, and you either adapt or you die. It's 2022.
Somebody said that famous.
They did.
You either adapt or you die.
Movie line, Shane, on movie phone.
Yeah, I don't know.
You can't say ask your wife. That's funny.
Whatever the hell it is.
You could say ask my.
I don't even know what the FCS is.
Little bread maker. You could. Never mind.
So take me. So again, this is the world we live in, where coaches move, and guys can move, and they like familiarity, and they move with them. Look at the difference in reaction, and maybe I'm overlooking. Maybe people are upset at Tuioti. I don't know. I mean, I think there's other things that if you want to be upset about Tuioti, you can. But look at the difference.
I wasn't mad at Tuioti.
Hey, remember when Vince Morrow left and went to Kentucky?
Yeah.
You remember who went with him? He took 2 guys.
Yeah, a couple of linebackers.
He took a really good linebacker that.
Yeah, he was my favorite.
And
the running back he took was my favorite too.
But people were Braylon Hurt.
Yeah.
People were outraged.
My guy.
When he left here and he took, and 2 guys followed him.
Mm-hmm.
Courtney Love, right?
Yeah.
Linebacker. Yeah. Who
he balled.
I think he pulled the rip card too early here.
Yeah, he played well when he went there.
But the outrage in 2013
got in the
towards
camp.
Vince Morrow.
How about that?
We had a heated show. People were upset.
Yeah.
They're like, screw Vince Morrow. What are you doing?
I liked Vince.
And now today it's okay.
He wasn't all that nice to me on the phone once, but we figured it out. He has a super deep voice. He was like, yeah, this is Vince Morrow. Hey, what's up, coach? Hey, what'd you say? Huh?
That guy on your staff.
Yeah.
You need that guy that'll go get him.
He's super paid.
Yes. He has been
Moneyball. Thank you.
He has been part of the Mark Stoops resurrection of Kentucky football, recruiting and developing. But he's a guy that wasn't a full-time guy here. He was labeled as a GA, and I think it was a miss not to make him a full-time guy.
Yeah.
Because he's been at Kentucky ever since, and he does work. And I mean, he was heavily involved in Wan'Dale Robinson, but in 2013,
just a really good recruiter too.
He left. 2 guys followed. People lost their mind. Tuioti left in 2022. 2 guys followed, and it's like, okay, hey, look what Mickey did. Just how things have changed 9 years later in college, in the landscape of college football and recruiting and transfer portal and how all those work. Now, people might be upset if Mickey and Applewhite and Whipple and any Bush didn't bring anybody with them.
You knew Vince was a Youngstown guy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My brief interaction with him was good because remember, I stood on the sidelines. This was early in our relationship. North and Prep were playing over at Burke.
I saw you guys.
And I spent the night with Vince, and he was one of the only people, I believe, on Nebraska's staff back then that said, Easton Stick
That was
can
on that
play.
Easton Stick
Yeah.
hype train.
Easton
Yeah.
Stick can play in the
He
Big Ten.
was, yeah.
And then he was like talking out loud, and there were other coaches from other schools that were around him. He's like, I don't know why we haven't gone down the road here.
Yeah, I remember that. I'm like, yeah, guy's pretty good.
And remember, this was November.
Yeah.
This was November at the end of, was it the end of Sticks? I mean, Stick and Erzendowski were playing pitch and catch then. Was that their senior year or junior year?
We had played him pretty early too. And then we saw him. Yeah, I remember those conversations.
Yeah.
I don't know what was so difficult.
It ain't cool.
I remember saying too one time, I'm like, you know how fast he is?
Mm-hmm.
Like that. I just remember saying that about East because he used to have these like crazy sneaky wheels. He'd just like take off and you were like, huh. And I remember I was talking to Coach Meisberg one time because, you know, people have lied and said film doesn't lie. And I remember we were getting ready to play South and Fant ran past us a couple times. And I was like, yeah, he's a lot faster than he looks on film. He's still going. And we were pretty good. Yeah, sometimes that stuff is just hard to see. By the way, pretty sure he's still locked in for tomorrow.
Okay. So Noah Fant will be on the show tomorrow. We got a special big show tomorrow. But here's the difference.
We got to do some moving, though. Can't say that just yet.
Okay. We'll work it out. There is correct me if I'm wrong here, because you're a little bit more familiar with it because you're knee deep in the recruiting side for Nebraska, recruiting on you. Guys have a lot more flexibility to make offers, correct?
You're a child. Yes.
So Vince Morrow is at a North Prep playoff game, and he loves the quarterback from Prep.
Yeah, there were a lot of dudes he was looking at.
Now he still had
those rosters were loaded.
Yeah, he still had a say as technically a GA then, but I don't know how loud his voice could have been because that night, if his voice was loud, he would have offered Easton Stick on the spot. The game would have ended. He would have walked across the field. He would have shook his hand, said, "I'm Vince Morrow from the University of Nebraska. We'd like to offer you a scholarship." Yeah. Now, there's more flexibility now if somebody is out and they see a guy, correct?
Yep.
Now, the head man has to sign off, but I trust you in your evaluation. If you think that guy can play in the Big Ten and you think that guy can help us win games, go.
Story goes, I can't confirm. Well, I could if I could call him, but story goes like Ron Brown did that to Reggie Ball. They beat us like 42-7 one night, my junior year, I think it was. And I remember seeing those guys in Papillion. And Papillion had like a ton of guys. Chris Norris walked on from there.
Yep.
Ochoa walked on from there. They had a really good team. And the story goes he offered him on the spot. Now, they had been recruiting him, but I'm pretty sure that happened. There's nothing wrong with that.
No.
Just let you know that your staff is on.
If you don't trust a guy in his evaluation, if that's the opportunity to say, hey.
Now, maybe you have protocol.
Yeah, but if you don't trust a guy, what's that guy doing out on the road recruiting?
Yeah.
Selling you a program.
Hold it down until I can get to him.
Yeah, because then you have an opportunity in the moment to offer somebody instead of, hey, we'll get back to you. No, I've seen you play. I've seen enough of you play. Here you go. Here's an offer to play for us.
I think by the time you're going to watch somebody in person, it's like, hey, does the film match?
Look what happens during the summer in basketball when the AAU live periods are happening.
Yeah, you see what happens in 7-on-7? Oh, so I'm live. Yep. He's as quick as he is on tape. Oh, my gosh. You see him how I point that ball? Yep. Let's go ahead and offer. Yeah, you see it all the time.
Yeah, on the spot. I think if he would have had authority back then, he would have offered him on the spot. Got the gig at Kentucky, left. Got people were mad at Bo and Vince for leaving, and then he took two guys with him. Tony Tuioti left, took two guys with him, Casey Rogers and Jordan Riley. All right, 6:57. Stephen M. Sipple, formerly of the Lincoln Journal-Star, will join us coming up at 8:30. Get in your questions for Ask Us Anything.
Sounds a little too soon to be saying that, formerly of the Lincoln Journal-Star.
He was emotional. He was there for 33 years.
It's a long time.
That is a long time. No. I mean, I wouldn't have thought not growing up, but going to school in Lincoln and you read the Lincoln Journal and then the Lincoln Star, because the Lincoln Star was the afternoon paper, is you were reading, and then you got to work beside them, Mike Babcock, Ken Hamilton, Kurt McKeever, who lives here in Omaha. So Kurt does some stuff at Baxter Arena.
I'm a big,
and then
I'm a big McKeever guy.
So there's 4 guys that were like the OGs of coverage when I was, like in the 90s, in the heydays at the Journal-Star, and now they're all, Ken and Riley Jane are retired. Sip's moving on to another gig.
So the Star was the afternoon?
Kurt got out of the business, and then Mike Babcock still with Hail Varsity.
Sorry.
Yeah, the Journal-Star had 2 papers. The World Herald had an afternoon edition.
I wasn't here during that time, so I didn't know that.
The afternoon edition, from what I understand, with the World Herald was really popular. With people, they get home from work, they've got the paper on their porch, and they can read it. And now we're to a point where, you're reading the paper on your phone or your tablet or your computer, and we wonder, are we going to have the Lincoln Journal World Herald Star at some point? Sharp betting in the morning at 1620 The Zone. We'll get into FanDuel. Has already jumped the gun to whet the appetite of all his college football fans with the totals 7.5 for Nebraska. Interesting number. 7.5 on the 5th of May.
Football.
Minus 140 for the over, plus 120 for the under. 7.5 is the win total.
Do what must be done.
Do what must be done.
Yes,
Lord Vega.
yes.
Do not hesitate. Show no mercy.
Mercy.
We shall discuss. Also, getting your questions for Ask Us Anything that's coming up later on in the show. Brought to you by Oscar's Pizza and Grill. You ask us anything.
And have a little mercy.
Shane at 1620thezone.com.
Have a little mercy on one. Cars, trucks, SUVs, new, pre-owned. Visit Woodhouse GM. They have got you covered. Like I said, whether it's a car, truck, or SUV, new to you. Visit the website. It's all inclusive. Every vehicle from one of the lots is easily accessible in one place at woodhousegm.com. If you're in search of new, they've got 18 brands across the 16 Omaha metro locations. You talk about options, they've got them. The most popular truck brands and luxury vehicles. They'll showcase vehicles that are currently on the lot or are in transition just to make sure that your options are covered. If you're in the market for new to you, i.e. pre-owned, certified pre-owned, oh, they're good to go there too. They're constantly rotating the inventory. And when we talk about the website, one-stop shop, they've got a ton of features. You can explore payment options, apply for credit, and even figure out trade value. They're always one step ahead, and that's what makes them the trusted partner. It's Woodhouse, or you can stop on out or visit woodhouse.com.
35 seconds left of a 5-on-3 here for Carolina. Into the Boston zone. Aho with it. On a short pass. Circling the net. Off the boards, D'Angelo. D'Angelo looking. Exchanging spots with Carolina. Hit shot, net front. Rebound, Omar. Still loose. Still loose. They score! Aho again!
If I was doing that play-by-play, I'd be, aho, aho, it's off to work we go. Goal!
The one-timer that he had, the power play was like the size of your computer screen. That's the window that he hit. Lower left-hand corner, glove side. It was sweet. I'm like, what do you do when you're playing 5-on-3 and 5-on-4 for the majority of the night was what it seemed. I mean, Carolina had at least 2 5-on-3s.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what is going on?
D'Angelo. Oh, whatever. He scores!
How about Smith bouncing back for you?
How rare is it to have a goalie 40-plus years of age post a shutout?
Yeah.
I think he's got to be on a rare list.
What is that? It's like
Never,
the
ever,
fifth
ever.
of his career, maybe?
They had lost 7 straight playoff games. So
It's a good night for the old guys between the pipes. How about your boy coming back healthy, Marc-Andre?
Hey, how about Minnesota sticking with him after the opening game in that series?
Yeah.
Made 32 saves. That's why you stick with him this time of the year instead of going to Talbot. with
I
the Wild.
always need a flower.
Welcome back in. Sharp Betting in the morning. Glad to have you in. It's a rainy Thursday.
I like it.
No. Okay. I'm going to give it to you. My farm friends are like, okay, this is enough is enough.
Wait, are they saying that already? We need it. Bill Ramby said,
Well,
"Hey, this is much
Okay,
needed." I'm
but
going dollar bill.
some people like to be out in the fields. A little muddy, get out in the fields.
But their stuff's already planted, right?
Some places no. But
Oh.
don't fear. You can have your day like today and partially tomorrow.
It's 2 songs. Just a day, just an ordinary day. And
Mother's Day seems to always have severe weather around here, so you got to chalk
Annie
that up on
Lennox,
Sunday.
the
But-
Eurythmics.
But if you looked at next week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, it's going to be like mid 80s to 90.
Yeah, that sucks.
Oh, it's going to be beautiful.
No, it's not.
I might come in a sleeveless shirt. I might be rocking a Jimmy Butler 22.
Yeah,
with shorts.
that would be funny. If you do, you'd be doing this show by yourself.
Well, I put deodorant on.
Well, you wear a headband too?
No headband. I'm not a headband guy.
Cornrows, no cornrows.
You've seen my hair. I barely have hair.
Mm.
I'm now back into the stage with my hair, by the way. Am I going to shave my head or not?
I
thought about that. Because I got to go to the hair. I got to get my hair cut later, maybe later today.
Shane, put out the bat signal for Tim. Are farmers really not wanting any rain? Do you know what I heard
No,
yesterday?
they want rain, but it's now they got to get into the fields.
Jimmy!
Muddy.
Well, they wear boots.
On the
They
tractors?
Don't they wear boots anyway?
Are you serious?
You know what
I'm glad we're city guys.
Do you know what I heard was exceptionally high? Fertilizer.
I could see that.
It's gonna rain.
I
Because
didn't
of
have
the chain supply issues.
Do I look like the type of guy that knows about fertilizer?
I don't know. My grandpa ran a Purina store in Jessup, Iowa. I asked
Yes.
a lot of questions. I'm asking you now.
Is this like Purina or Purina?
Purina. It was a giant. It was a feed
Like
store.
people that make dog food?
Yeah.
Oh,
It was like a big feed store in downtown Jessup. I mean, my
that's
grandpa
like,
was
that's
a
like
big
Shane
farmer.
telling me Arab.
It's my
right?
it's my Iowa accent.
Hey, so listen.
Isn't
Why is fertilizer expensive?
I don't know. I'm going to say I'm going to guess and say chain supply issues like everything else.
Yeah.
Purina, by the way?
What is it called again, Shane?
Purina.
Okay.
That's the logo for the Empire in Star Wars.
The war in Ukraine is fueling a spike in fertilizer prices.
Huh.
Yeah.
I don't know why I caught that. I was just listening to the radio. My barber taught me a long time ago to broaden my horizons and listen to things that I normally wouldn't.
So you're listening to.
Not going to say because I don't want to offend anybody, but they were talking about fertilizer prices.
Okay, so maybe you were listening to WHO over in Des Moines, 1040.
I just try to be well-rounded so I can formulate my own opinions. And when I don't know, I ask questions.
Okay. That's what I Googled. That's what one of the reasons is the war in Ukraine.
What do we
fueling a
got,
spike.
Shane? Is that what he said?
Yeah. All right.
All right. So,
there you go.
So we just say war, like we don't say like
war. War is good for.
You can't even get that right. That's your people.
What do you mean, my people?
Shane, what, like any particulars or just the
people.
war?
Any particular war? Or are you saying the war in Ukraine?
Oh my Lord! Any particular reason to do with the war, or just
He says
did he just say war in general?
That caller there, Dominic, said that most of fertilizer comes from Ukraine.
Really?
What he said.
The more you know.
That's our thing we've learned today. We'll have to make that a segment.
Huh?
What did we learn today?
Well, there's no way you'd have guessed that.
No. I would have thought chain supply issues, but now I know a war. That's
So
why war is not good. One of the many reasons. But I was saying, so with the weather warming up next week,
Okay.
it's been rough.
Thanks, Dominic.
There was soccer district finals last night. By
Congratulations to Westside.
Omaha South boys who have won the state 2 years in a row.
Yeah.
They got knocked out.
A little bit of a transition year.
Yeah, they were 8-7 this year. Papio South knocked them out, and they won't. Omaha South boys soccer will not be at Morrison for the first time since 2009.
So you know how everybody likes to let me know what's going on in the metro if it's kind of dicey.
Yeah,
they sometimes people tell and whatever. Sometimes people just vent. Apparently, can I say this? Apparently, there are some soccer players in the community that should be at now this is one version of the story.
Be careful.
I am.
All right.
That should be at South that are at another school because something to do with either admin or paperwork like wasn't having it. So they went back to another school, and it just so happens that other school is having a lot of success. That was just told to me on a humbug because I asked the question. I said, hey, what happened? What is going on? You know what I mean? Sometimes I just ask. I want to know what's going on.
Okay. So, but the weather warming up next week. So next, and all the spring sports have been, and the weather's just been crap.
Oh, good call. I should ask him.
You can't golf. You can't really do anything. You're miserable. It's dreary. You're like Shane. You play video games for 23 hours during the day.
He was 9. He was 9 years old.
But now there's other Shanes out there that are playing video games because it's dreary outside. They don't want to go outside. It's like, and it's tough to tell that this is May. Like, this is a busy month. You got graduation. You got all kinds of stuff going on. You got the end of the regular season.
The guy that used to play for the Avs?
Who, Chris Drury?
Is that what you said?
I said part of his last name.
Dreary or Drury?
It's dreary outside. Chris Drury played for the Colorado Avalanche. Wow. But next week.
Oh,
so I'm trying to get to the point. Because this is a good discussion, because this is going to tie into crappy weather last night.
At some point, you're just going to have a meltdown and be like, dude,
okay,
would you stop throwing out random names?
Next week, next week's a big week in this state.
No,
Tuesday
because you want 80s and 90s.
But Tuesday we got election day around here.
Here.
And then you all on Wednesday can stop tweeting and texting and emailing us about the commercials that are running.
That doesn't even have anything to do with us.
Yeah, so stop.
I don't pay for advertising.
But Tuesday, Omaha and Creighton play downtown, and the weather's going to be nice. Fortunately, for maybe the first time all year. Last night, Omaha and Kansas are playing over at Tal Anderson, and again, it was dreary, and they moved up the game because of the rain. Did you see who threw out the first pitch?
Yes.
Sandy Buddha threw out the first pitch before the KU Omaha game. Of course, he has a connection to both. We see Coach. Coach, by the way, is an author. I don't know if you read his book.
No, I have not.
But we see him.
He told me last year about it at the CWS.
Yeah, he runs the security on the press box level at the College World Series, and you see Coach at different places. But I thought as he was there last night, he was wearing a KU cap and he had an Omaha shirt on. And I bring this up because I'm looking at Shane, and Shane is wearing a quarter zip of Maverick Hockey with the original Maverick Hockey logo.
Damn
Shane,
right, yes.
How old is that? That has to be at least 20 years old because that's their original logo that you have.
It probably is at least 20.
Okay, so
I mean, it's a solid.
Good on you. I like that logo. I like that bowl.
Is there anybody else in the free world that can wear something from 20 years ago?
And get away with it?
Like, just have it still fit.
No, except for that little guy across the console from us.
That's at least 20 years old.
That's the original Maverick hockey logo.
Yes.
But so Coach Buddha is there last night throwing out the first pitch. And I asked this, and I know this is a little tricky for you because you are invested in both sides of this. We have seen, because it was a big moment for people. Sandy, by the way, said, screw you. I'm never coming back to anything Omaha Athletics after they drop football. I mean, he makes no bones. But we saw kind of, and Trev made the move. Well, he was part of the move. And then the move when Marlon Briscoe, the statue, came about. And you were part of that.
Correct.
And there were some longtime Omaha football guys that got involved, Van Dieb, among others.
Mhm.
But there were people that were on that committee. And they did a great thing for Marlon. And that statue was great. We were part of it. The ceremony was great. It was great for the community. It was so great for those guys that played together to be back together, to see each other. And you kind of felt a little bit of not complete thaw, because I don't know you'll ever get there, but you saw a little bit of thawing of, okay, maybe some football guys will come back and at least pay attention to Omaha Athletics. And then we have started to see a little bit more, because you just hired a men's basketball coach who played football at Omaha. And when he was announced, there were a lot of Omaha football guys that were, playing or at Omaha at the time that Crutchfield was playing, that were at his introductory press conference. So they were saying, you know what? We got to let bygones be bygones. Let's support our alma mater. Last night, Sandy Buddha being there leads me to believe, and you're not going to get everybody, that and Trev's no longer there, and people that were involved are not involved at the University of Nebraska Omaha, that football guys, there may be some that now it's okay to at least pay attention or show up or support or do whatever for something that was a decade ago. Now, I don't think the wrestling people, there's no avenue to ever get those people back. There isn't. I don't see it. Omaha's never bringing wrestling back. There's no avenue to say, hey, we're having a retirement ceremony or whatever. Would you want to come back? That's very contentious. But football seems to be maybe thawing a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I hope so. It's a hard. I don't know, man. You know how I am about stuff like that. Like, I understand it, but I just don't know if I could give somebody that much control over my feelings. Right? There's something like in my personality. I'd be like, I'm not letting you dictate my level of animosity, but I do understand the hurt. I understand it full well.
Oh, and you are fully invested with your father.
Yeah. So, but at some point, I think there's a time to move on. I just hope it's soon.
But I think football is the football people, because
it doesn't change what they did.
No, but you have an new athletic director who wasn't involved in any decision and wants to promote the best for Omaha Athletics and have as many people in the family as possible. Sandy is pretty passionate about no, UNO. He gave a lot to UNO. No. But him being last night at an Omaha event, and then some guys that I saw when Chris Crutchfield was announced that I knew were adamant about him not being there.
But those guys coached him too, and some played with him. So for them, it was about the relationships, was what it should always be about. Right? I mean, Sandy coached Crutch. I don't know. I should ask Coach Sikora, some of these guys that played at Coach Thurston. We've never really talked about how they felt about it, but they appear to be fine. I don't know. I'm just not carrying, you know my analogy, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's like me taking cyanide, hoping someone else is affected. I just I don't know. It'd be a tough way to live.
All right, coming up in an hour, Stephen M. Sipple will join us. We also need to discuss why everybody is now emphasizing their middle initial.
Well, F started it.
W, F, Maurice.
It's not my
M
name.
Because speaking of commercials, all I can hear is now W, Charles W, W. We have Parker J. We have Mike J. Yeah, when did the middle initial make its return?
I think Kugler and Severe started it with the F. Was it and Stephen M. Sipple has been a thing on this channel for like double-digit years.
Steve Sipple.
What's up, Sip?
Do you think when he has to change his Twitter handle, he will do his middle name as well?
Do you think do you still think he'll have the same access?
No, I'm not.
Let's get to Les here. That's the third question that we'll ask him.
First one is about the tears.
Good morning, Les.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for the farm report this morning.
Well, we try to be well-rounded.
Yeah,
as a couple
right,
squares.
and you are. Hey, just a little insight on that fertilizer deal.
Yeah.
People like to blame it on Ukraine, but actually it started way back last fall. So more of a supply chain issue, transportation, and it is actually you guys, stock up on your food is all I'm going to say, because production prices are skyrocketing like everything else.
So how quick will we see the immediate, tomorrow?
I'm thinking probably about this summertime, and it's gonna affect the beef and all your groceries. So just for an example, a year ago, last year's crop cost us about, for fertilizer, $700 a ton. This year it was just pushing about $1,900 a ton in the fall.
Ouch!
Wow,
that escalated quick.
It's huge.
Hey,
all right.
Hey, go ahead.
Go ahead, Les.
Appreciate you guys. Yep.
No, go ahead.
No, but I really appreciate your guys' show, and Damien, appreciate you supporting the beef industry. Eating those big steaks. That's awesome.
Hey, thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. I have a question. I saw something on the news yesterday. Since we're going to,
you do like your meat, man.
We're going to continue to stick to sports. So I was looking at interest rates because obviously I'm terrified, and I'm constantly trying to figure out how to stay ahead and whatever, right? With the housing market. So I was looking at these interest rate things, and somebody finally gave it hard numbers, because the reserve they raised interest rates, which is
by
half a point, right?
Yep.
So
largest since
so good for 401k, bad for anything else, right? If you're borrowing. So they said in January, right, 3.4% was like $1,500 a month.
Mm-hmm.
4 months later, that same loan at 5.4 is now like $1,911. That's another $400 a month.
Ouch.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That's groceries for the year for Shane.
I'll take that.
Is that about right, Shane?
Yeah.
About $80 a month.
That's why we need to find more 10 Lunchables for $10.
So,
dude, I looked at those. You're limited. You get turkey cheddar, ham cheddar.
We're not trying to overthink the Lunchable. The Lunchable presents itself as it is. We don't need to overthink it.
So did you take the other two that Gary brought the other day?
No, I passed them out among the crew here in the building.
Oh, other adults ate those?
I'm sure they do. Or they take them home to their kids.
Gary is a nice man.
Gary is a great guy. Great name and a great listener.
So
much about the name.
So Les,
there aren't many of us left.
So Les brought up the market reports, and I asked you guys because you guys are well traveled. You guys, Damon does the go everywhere for basketball for the kids, and Gary does all the play-by-play in all these smaller markets. Do they still do market reports like on the smaller markets on the news?
I don't watch the news out of town.
No.
Do you?
Yes. Well, because I'm a news junkie.
Do you still steal newspapers?
You don't steal newspapers. Well, I did recently. I was at a bagel shop and they had the World Herald and I wanted to read it, but I didn't want to sit there and read it.
You took the public World Herald?
Well, it was kind of sitting by the garbage. So somebody was going to throw it away. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to read it.
You're wild.
So I grabbed it. No, I don't steal newspapers. I usually buy newspapers. Like in good cities. Like, I consume the World Herald and the Journal Star, but if I go to Minneapolis, the Star Tribune is one of the best sports pages going. So I'm going to grab because it usually also has a later deadline. So I'm going to get the late scores in there, and I'm also going to get box scores.
I think you missed the 10 for 10 Lunchables. It was only that one day.
I'm okay.
I looked at my app. I still have groceries in there that I never hit send on.
So they do still do the market.
Oh
Okay.
yeah. Well, listen. We have Shane. If you get outside
Stick
of the
to sports.
Omaha Lincoln radio
Don't
market,
make fun of my friend for never been on a plane.
if we get outside of the Lincoln Omaha radio market,
Shane,
a
it's
lot of
okay.
our smaller communities around here still do the farm reports.
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah,
it's okay.
I mean, WHO makes. I mean, they preempt. They used to preempt Rush Limbaugh until 1:00 because they have their farm report show at noon, which is huge.
Shane, why don't you just get in your vehicle this weekend and go tour Western Nebraska?
So I can listen for farm reports?
No, go
I'm
see
sure
the beauty
features on hogs.
beauty of Western Nebraska.
Jay's parents, they'll let you go out there, just kind of hang out. What is it, three?
Out to Gothenburg?
Yeah, you get there in 3:10.
Do they have a farm?
No, but they know a lot about it.
No.
Nice people.
They
I
have
met 'em.
land.
I
Like,
met 'em.
yeah. Yeah. Go do that. Just ask questions.
Okay, so people on Twitter will tweet at us and we become friends. We become Twitter friends and we interact. Sometimes we agree and disagree.
Yeah.
Ken tweets at us a lot.
KG Ken, like Ken.
K Edward 402 Ken.
Oh, you know what?
I'm going to read this and you're going to go, really?
Yeah.
I played at UNO under Coach Buddha.
Okay.
I'm still salty at Trev and the UNO decision to drop football, where South Dakota State, North Dakota State, Northern Colorado have not only kept their programs but have elevated them to a higher level. UNO could have done the same as them. I did not know Ken played football at UNO. That's another thing we've learned.
Hey,
today.
what's his? He used to. I'm not seeing his stuff anymore.
You may have.
I used to see it all the time.
Did you block him?
No, I don't block.
Did you mute him?
What is this?
K Edward 402.
I remember.
Now we're going to turn all these people onto him.
He used to tweet all the time.
Yeah, he still does.
Okay.
But I did not know. I did not know he played football.
Where's all the West Side Supers going? Concordia. What is it again? K
Edward 402, which we should get credit now. We just given him a bunch of followers. But why we're talking about this, Sandy Buddha last night, I think the first time in a while, returned to an Omaha athletic event, and it was great. It was great. He was there. It's Kansas and Omaha. Of course, he's got the connection with KU.
Omaha.
And he threw out the first pitch. It was pretty cool to see Coach there. I mean, we see him a lot, but that's if he can come back and, Adrian, of course, welcoming him. I mean, maybe that opens the door. But I think it started with the Marlon Briscoe statue.
Yeah, because that committee had a couple of former football guys. And that was a start. And I mean, and Van D was a little bit of the catalyst, but I don't know, man. I just wish not to go all savvy, but sometimes you just wish you could look into like people's hearts. And if you could and they could explain, then you may feel different about your level of angst or ill will.
All right, 7:30.
Some people, they get to an age where they don't care, though.
3.
They've earned a right to be mad.
Stephen M. Sipple, Brandon L. Vogel, and then Brian, we're not sure what his middle initial is, Edwards.
Are you sure it's an L?
Yeah, it's on his Twitter.
Brandon L. Vogel?
Brandon L. Vogel. Would you like to guess what Brandon Vogel's middle name is?
Leroy. Why? You have a Leroy in your family, don't you?
No.
I think everybody should bring back the middle initial.
How about,
I would say it's like a Levante or something.
how about Brandon Lynn?
Timeout.
That's because that's
Brandon
such a
Levante Vogel.
Yeah, that sounds
about
like a
Len?
sweet name right there.
You know that he was born well before Levante David played at Nebraska.
So
Okay. Well,
that just rolls off the tongue
Brandon
right there.
Lee?
That's a good Western Nebraska middle
right.
name, Lee. Yes.
Brandon Lee.
Yes.
Okay, well,
My
we'll
dad's
ask.
middle name Lee.
I think I'm going to be right.
Well, unless you have previous knowledge, I'm going to say no.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say it's not Levante.
Sharp betting in the morning on 1620 The Zone.
May not be able to see today, but spring has actually sprung. Little rain, that's okay. It doesn't have to change you wanting or maybe thinking you need a new wardrobe. You're thinking spring, you're thinking casual. Well, you need to think Rossi Clothiers. Unique, timeless, elevated menswear with the best selection in town, known for made-to-measure suits, sport coats, the casual wear, that's a key, shoes and accessories. Rossi Clothiers, the art of permanent fashion. Great location, too. I love it. It's kind of tucked in Rockbrook, and Charlie does a really good job kind of understanding you, your style, your fashion. But perhaps his best quality outside of being a great conversationalist is he understands body types, and he understands it well. That's why his clothes and those suggestions would stand the test of time. A couple of great clothing lines in Mark Calder. He's got the Samuelson line that just came out for the spring and fall preview. He's got you covered. Stop on in, say hello. It's Rossi Clothiers.
Oh, I'm all in on middle initials now. And I think it's the political commercial that runs a lot on this radio station right now, where the former president has endorsed one of the gubernatorial candidates in the state of Nebraska, and it's Charles W. We are emphasizing the W.
But don't people say Donald J. Trump?
Yes. So we all need now, anybody that's calling the show or is emailing, texting, tweeting, whatever, you must emphasize your middle initial. So it's Gary J.
What if he just went by Damon G?
Yeah. And no last name?
No.
Okay, that's what we're going to go by from now on. Because we have Mike J., we have Stephen M., we have Parker J., we have Brandon L.
Do you think anybody ever called Parker PJ?
I don't think so. He doesn't strike me as a PJ.
No.
Although,
although maybe he was probably a little guy when he was a kid, so that's kind of a little guy's name.
Yeah, that's fine.
See, I wanted to be G.
Although PJ Davis is a big kid.
That's true. I wanted to be GJ when I was little.
GJ?
GJ. Gary Joseph. I just shorten it.
GJ.
GJ.
Are you serious?
It never stuck.
Yeah. I know lots of guys that have. Coach Jackson, I call DJ. DJ Rezak, I call DJ.
I don't even know what DJ's real name is.
I'm probably not going to put his government out there. It's not what you think, though.
But he's always been DJ. No one ever refers to him like by his
government.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's just DJ. Jeremy writes into the Equitable Bank inbox, Gary or Damon at 1620thezone.com. Guys, listening to you while I walk the dogs on vacation in Gulf Shores, Alabama. Beautiful area. Trent Jones Golf Course there. When are we going to play golf, by the way?
Who?
You, me and you.
I don't know when you want to play golf.
Well, when it warms up
My
next
clubs
week.
have been sitting in the same spot in the garage for roughly 3 years.
Well, let's get them out. Let's dust them off and let's go play. It's going to be in the 80s all week on the Gulf Shores of Alabama. I'm come back Monday, so I'm bringing the warm weather back with me. You're welcome. Thank you, Jeremy.
Sounds miserable.
No. Embrace the warmth.
Now, my man D-Rock, I'm going to ask him what the M stands for, because sometimes my people are different. DC says the L in Brandon stands for Lucius.
On cue, Chad writes in, did you guys figure out you're playing random sports once a month? I'd buy tickets to go watch. I think you talked about this a few weeks ago while you're trying to get Damon out to go play a round of golf. Well, should we start with golf?
No, that's not random.
Well, it's just
badminton would be random. Cricket would be random.
Where are we going to go play badminton?
Bags would be random.
Somebody's backyard?
Yes.
You have a shuttlecock at your disposal?
I just call them birdies, like normal people.
Well, I call them the technical term.
Yeah, well, that's why you're weird and I'm not. Most people just say birdies. Hey, can you get a box of birdies? Nobody says, hey, you got a shuttlecock? Like, what a weirdo. I haven't heard that term since PE and I was in the 4th grade.
You don't think you'd walk into Dick's and say,
no, you say, hey, do you have
shuttlecock?
birdies? You have birdies.
Are they listed as birdies?
I don't even recognize you sometimes.
I can call them either. I'm very versatile.
Why not?
But I'm like, where are we going to play? Are we putting up like a net in your backyard? Is it like going to be a family reunion? It's going to be a picnic? And we're going to play badminton?
I would, but sometimes the grass gives way, so the poles sink. And then the net gets a little bend in it. That's no fun. My sister we used to play badminton all the time. Everybody had like the 34-in-1 play set that went in your backyard. And it had like darts. 19 different things.
Yeah.
We didn't have lawn darts.
Just because they didn't come in the package or because something else?
I don't know. We didn't have lawn darts. Hey, what's the thing where you used to put the upside down horseshoe rings in the ground and you would hit the ball through the
cricket?
I don't think it's cricket. Isn't cricket the thing you play with the paddle and they skip the ball off the ground? No, that's highlight. Is that cricket? You don't ride a horse. I meant where you like walk around and you just hit it underhand with a mallet.
Croquet.
Thank you.
I had the C right.
Thank you.
You got a set of that in that 34? That must have just been a massive set.
They went to Kmart and went to the blue light special.
Actually, I'm 99% sure that's what happened.
Yeah, I know that we got our thing from Kmart when I was a kid.
Yeah. It was either that or
might
have been Skaggs.
But Mr. Benning and Mr. Sharp shared a lot in common. Terry writes in.
My man said cricket. No, that's for affluent people. Hey, my man D-Rock. Nobody says that. He says, as a former PE teacher, you say birdie, you say shuttlecock, and the jokes just start flowing for the next 10 minutes. And he's in administration. He'd know. Who says that?
That's what, when I was learning how to play at St. Pius X, that's what they called it. They didn't call it the birdie or the shuttle. They call it the shuttlecock. I think I even took like a class where you had to, what do you use?
It's a birdie.
Well, now I'm going to call it a birdie.
I would wear you out if we played badminton, though. That's what I want to play. We should start with that because darts and stuff, I don't know.
Yeah. And then we're both going to be like pulled hammies.
I'm not gonna pull a hammy playing badminton.
Oh no, I'm gonna make you run. Wait till we play tennis.
Oh Lord,
I ain't gonna turn into home run derby. I'm gonna make you run. Jeremy writes in our discussion about farm reports. Hi guys, hi Terry. WJAG in Norfolk, which is a really really good radio station.
Yeah,
they do the ag reports a shade before 1. Now, that's a great term. When you're telling time, just a shade before 1, followed by the funeral notices. I was taking care of my mom, and she had to hear the funeral notices. The egg report was just gravy. Yeah. They also give, in a lot of the smaller town radio stations, because they're all service, they're full service radio stations, you give funeral notices, you give the egg prices, you give the news, some other stuff like that. You also give the lunch menu for that day at school.
I don't think they do that anymore.
Why not?
I don't.
Okay. Well, in the small towns that I've been in, I've heard the lunch menu given in the morning.
Our man Thomas says, back to the fertilizer thing in our Equitable Bank Zone inbox. Apparently, all the fertilizer plants in China were shut down temporarily to clear smog for the Olympics. So they got it. Is there a backlog?
So we got a chain supply issue of fertilizer.
But I don't know.
So it's not the stuff you make fertilizer out of. That's fine, right?
Going off these conversations with people that are in much better knowledge than us, I would nod my head in agreement.
Hey, Jamie said,
I'm not getting in that crap.
You just said you had a 34-in-1 set or something like that, but it had like 19 things in it. Even in childhood, you either got shorted or you're bad at math.
Oh my God.
Well, it's symbolism, Jamie. Symbolism. Jiminy Christmas.
Well, to your defense, I mean, there was like 19 things just in the croquet set. So
those little rings, they never stayed
rings?
straight. They would you'd put them in the ground and they'd be at an angle.
You had like what, 6 mallets, 6 balls?
An angle.
Yeah, so it's just like a wiry horseshoe.
Yeah. I've done it before.
So unless you put them in like perfectly even, sometimes they would be like, to the left or to the right. The ground gets soft and they would move a little.
What do you live on, a sinkhole?
We had nice plush grass, Franklin. Our yard was well kept. Such a hater.
I'm trying to put 2 and 2 together. Thank you, Joey.
I don't even see.
It was later in life I learned that it was called a birdie. Do I strike you as a big badminton guy?
No, but I think it's weird, and I'm not going to let you live it down. That just seamlessly rolled off your tongue. Like you didn't even bat an eye at it. I had to think about it for a second. What you were even talking about?
What, the shuttlecocks? I mean, that's what everybody called it.
It's not what everybody.
At least everybody in Iowa called it that. I was in Iowa, so
we have a special language across the Missouri.
Yeah, like a kaibo.
Kaibo and shuttlecocks. Don't they go together?
For anybody that just tuned in, this is a sports show in Omaha, Nebraska.
Well, we're talking about playing Olympic sports for fun.
Yes.
And we're not starting with golf.
I mean, wait till we start talking about the Formula One setup in Miami in the parking lot of a Hard Rock Stadium or whatever they call where the Dolphins and the Canes play.
We're not doing that either.
F1, Formula One, going to be in Miami. That's amazing. They're coming to the U.S. twice.
I don't have any idea what you're talking about.
Formula One racing.
How'd we get there?
We're talking about a lot of stuff that doesn't normally. We're being.
Yeah, but we're not just
showing
going
our
on. We're not going
range.
on a humbug. Say, hey, do you want to go race cars fast?
We're showing our Javi Baez range in this hour.
I think he just probably struck out again.
He might strike out, but he makes some dazzling plays in the field like yesterday for the Tigers. All right, coming up in the next hour, Stephen M. Sipple will
stop losing to the Pirates.
Yeah, you do that, Tigers.
At least in the second game. I think they won the first one, right? 3-2?
Yeah, they did.
Oh, yeah.
Unlike the Dodgers, who got them both.
Yeah, nice.
I mean, but who's keeping score?
Exactly. I mean, like sometimes some games, well, the Reds are keeping score because they're chasing history. They're now 3-21.
Yeah. You'd be like the Dodgers and score 9 unanswered.
Well, you could. And I'm happy for you. There's some like my team's still playing exhibition games. Like we played the White Sox for 2 days at Crosstown Series there at Wrigley. They don't count. They're just exhibition games.
Well, I think they
People
go
don't
in
understand
the,
that.
I think they go in the standing.
Are you sure? I believe they were exhibition games.
I'm pretty sure.
All right. Stephen M. Sipple joins us next hour. He has we're pretty sure today is his last day at the Journal-Star.
Why do you keep saying that?
Because that's what it is. That's why I keep saying it. But he is not. He is still going to cover Nebraska. He's not ready to tell everybody what he's going to do.
How do you know? Did he DM you? Because in the first segment we thought that
no.
he may.
I think that organization is not ready to reveal their plan.
He wasn't ready yet.
Yeah, because I think that's going to be the talk of the day when that's announced.
Well, it's the worst kept secret in America.
I know, but I don't want to steal their thunder.
No, and you as well. You shouldn't. We are professional.
Because I think that's probably a big deal for those guys.
Hey, which one of your vehicles is it? We are professional grade.
Yes.
Not to put you on the spot.
Thank you. WoodhouseBuickGMC.com.
We are professional grade.
We are professional.
Well,
grade.
I know because sometimes I have to read that during the podcast.
It's good. And you do it quite well.
I'd rather find new roads.
You got
at least until the second quarter.
When you do that, you go with your deep professional voice.
We are professional grade.
Yeah. You get real serious.
Chevy, find new roads.
You Woodhouse love us,
and that's
totally on me.
I'm sorry, Coach. Also, next hour,
still trying to recover from his calcified knee thigh.
With a calcified knee thigh.
You know, there's a possibility that he could be on an NBA bench.
Do you know what I thought he was? You know what I think he was trying to say? When you get kneed in the thigh, sometimes you get what's called as a Charlie horse.
Appreciate you.
And when they calcify over time.
Oh, that happened to you.
Yeah,
that was bad.
And I
thought you were going down, my man.
That's what I think he was getting at. But he just shortened the whole thing.
You could have the calcified thigh, or sticking with, I guess now all you funny jokesters out there, the theme of this segment. What happened to Altuve yesterday? He had a painful foul ball. How do you foul a ball off of that area of your body?
I don't know.
Kids,
ask a little birdie.
Kids,
it was just one lick on an ankle.
Wear a cup. Parents, teach your kids how to wear a cup. That's all I'm saying. Thank me later. And especially later down the road when they want to have kids. All right,
read Travis.
I will do it when we come back.
Read TK's exchange with his wife about badminton.
We will read that when we come back. Sharp and Betting in the morning on 1620 The Zone. All right, coming up after the top of the hour, and by the way, little Stephen M. Sipple in the next hour. FanDuel's got Nebraska's win total at 7.5. If you just go off of, before you pull the trigger, how many games Nebraska will have the better quarterback, how many games can you get to? We'll get into that coming up next. Sharp and Betting in the morning at 1620 The Zone.
Halftime, Sharp and Benning in the morning on 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com. Brought to you by Harsh Cigars, Pipes, and Lounge. Want to enjoy a quality cocktail, a nice cigar, maybe a pipe. Nice ambiance, shoot the breeze, relax. Talk about physical education terms. Har Cigars, Pipes, and Lounge is your place to be. Right off the Mormon Bridge Road and the North 48th Street exit, located next to Cubby's.
Ball, walking dribble, near the three-point line, Bullock defending. Now accelerates to the tip of the circle, off the switch, Cleve's got him. Darts to his left, darts to his right. Paul fades and connects. Chris Paul starting to take over. Moves it for Booker, out on the wing, doubled, skips it across to the left. Shamet for three, knocks it down in the 2-for-1 opportunity. Landry Shamet with a triple.
Sharp betting in the morning. 1620 the zone. The Heatles and the Suns both up 2-0. Could they meet for the NBA Finals in the East and the West? Welcome back in. Sharp betting in the morning. That's what I just told you. I repeated myself. There's Damon. I'm Gary. There is Shane. How about this? This is a little bit of interesting news. Remember a while back, there was a young 8th grader from Norris High School that committed to Florida State to play?
Correct.
Cale. Well, Cale is now a sophomore. His brother, who is an 8th grader at Norris Middle School, just committed to play baseball at Nebraska. So they both committed as 8th graders to play baseball. Cale going to Florida State, now a sophomore at Norris, and now his brother Bryce, as an 8th grader at Norris Middle School, has announced his commitment to play at Nebraska.
Oh, here we go.
It's interesting.
It's a thing. And speaking of things, we're on this whole food thing and the donuts, and Kevin Kugler tweeted out a picture of some donuts, and I told him that I had once eaten. I have fought myself in terms of trying to eat well, where I've only had like half a donut, and I'll put the other half away. Or I've purchased things at the store and then not eaten them, and they've gone bad while I'm trying to fight whether I want to eat it or not. So in our Equitable Bank Zone inbox, Tim says, not our Tim, different Tim, following along on your Twitter feed, Blank Hospital has amazing donuts. Their rolls are pretty soft. Actually, it's just good food in general. Been there several times without even needing to have any procedures done.
Donuts.
Wow. They have upped the game in the cafeteria of hospitals.
So I hate poll questions, but I had to ask, who goes to a hospital just to eat the food? Like, is it cheap?
Yeah, I can't imagine. It's probably cheap.
It's probably user friendly. You're already stressed.
Yeah.
But we may be in the minority. JP says Children's has some thick and crispy pizza slices you can't get anywhere else. David says his uncle eats at the hospital like twice a week in Steamboat. He knows what they serve on certain days. He swears it's pretty good.
Can you just walk into the cafeteria to eat?
How would they know?
Well, don't they have security? I must say, I don't like hospitals, so I avoid them. Probably because when I was little,
apparently
with my mom
this is a
there,
thing.
I went to a lot of hospital. I went to her hospital all the time I don't like hospitals.
I wonder
they
if
have
it's
security?
the prices.
Probably.
Did I tell you how every time I drive down Dodge, I think that bear is actually a person eating, but it's a bear in the cafeteria?
Yeah.
It's kind of weird.
Well, I know people go to Costco just for the food.
That's different.
People will go to Target just to go to their food court.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no. Chad the cop. When I worked at Northeast, we used to eat at CUMC for breakfast. Incredible food. Yes, you can just walk in. Okay, so this is a thing.
So we've got to try this out. I mean, we can go down to Children's right down the street here.
Hey, what are you getting? Hey, what do you want? Hey, so can I get anything I want?
Do you get the tray and you go through like the line?
Hey.
It's like the the cafeteria in Animal House where you reach in and
now I do know, like I have gone to is it Scott Center over on
Oh yeah, where you
I've eaten there. I've probably eaten there 12 times and never been a student a day in my life.
No, you can. Because I don't know if this is the same, but you used to be able to go to the training table in Lincoln and eat.
I
don't think you can do that now post COVID.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I've eaten there, but that's not like just. I didn't know hospitals had good food.
Well, because we always equate, like, if you're in the hospital, the food they're serving you is specific and has a bad rap.
He said, JPC.
Hey, but
great prices.
Hey, that's a competitive industry now, the healthcare industry. If you have, you pay a little money to get somebody to run your cafeteria, your mess hall.
Huh. We're missing out.
People make it a nice stay. Your significant other, whatever, is in the hospital, and you've got to, you let them sleep. You go downstairs, get some food, and it's good.
JP said it's quiet.
I bet it is.
Brian, this is wild.
Shane, how come you are not onto this as somebody that doesn't like to spend
It's very
much?
frugal. Brian says Methodist has made-to-order personal pizzas that are very good. What is going on?
Really, how is this not more of a thing?
Well,
do they not want it to be a thing?
Sharpie, apparently it is. Justin says, yes, you can walk in the hospital and go to the coffee shop or the cafeteria. It's not near the patient's room. People love comfort food, and that's what hospitals serve.
Bam.
Great show. Keep up the great work.
Bam. I think we might be there. Why don't we go there? No, you brought this up. We have to go to see.
Okay. So how does that conversation go? Hey, man. Hey, let's go grab a sit. You want to do something after the show? Yeah, where do you want to go?
Meet me on.
Hey, man, I'll meet you at the first floor at Children's.
84th and Dodge.
Who's saying that?
Well, let's go to a bougie hospital. I mean, Children's is really nice, and there's good people over there.
A bougie hospital?
Like a really fancy. Like, you think UNMC has a good spread?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know where you'd find it. Jesus, they have new buildings going up every day over there.
I can barely get around that campus.
All right, so this is the thing, and this is something we will explore and get back to our listeners. All right.
Wow. This is a thing. Amy says St. Elizabeth and Lincoln has really good food. Ate there a lot when her dad had cancer. I've joked about going there just to eat. Okay.
Rick says mac and cheese at the Med Center cafeteria on Fridays. Always a hit when he's in school.
This is crazy.
See what you started? This is great.
I didn't start it.
You brought up a question.
An emailer started it.
Nothing new.
Paul, he says no, but the food at Clarkson's cafeteria is really good. Just had some black bean soup from there yesterday. It was excellent.
Do you think we could get Sarah Baker Hansen involved in this?
Oh, she'd look at me like I was nuts. It's not even my fault.
So what's different from any other time?
I know.
Yeah, that's fine.
The win total for Nebraska football, 7.5. Surprised or not surprised?
I'm surprised it's high.
So last year it was 6.
Yeah.
2019 it was 8.5.
They have
2018 it was 6.5.
They have yet to hit it in his tenure.
Nope. So before you pull the trigger, and you have plenty of time, and if you do on FanDuel, of course, use the best code available, Zone, for any bonus. They love us. They love sharp betting in the morning at FanDuel. So if you go off the premise of, okay, yeah, entertain me. How are they gonna go over 7.5? What if we made the case, and we've set the precedent that there are two teams in the West Division that regardless of quarterback play can beat their West Division opponents, and that's Iowa and Wisconsin. But ironically, both of those programs, everything you're reading in the preseason, and Iowa and Wisconsin show up a lot in the preseason top 25s. I think ESPN.com actually has Iowa number 11, or it's CBS or 24/7. But I saw somewhere yesterday where Iowa is preseason 11 in one of those polls. The write-up is always the same. You're going to find Spencer Petras, who might not even be the opening day starting quarterback for Iowa, or Graham Mertz is going to be in the first sentence of any preview of Wisconsin or Iowa if they can get him right, or if they will go as far as the quarterback. But let's say Nebraska lines up this year, and you're trying to make a case, yeah, they're going to go over. They will have the better quarterback, because you got to make this call before the season starts. They will have the better quarterback than 5 or 6 teams that they will play in the conference season.
On paper, you could make the case.
So let me give you here. And there might be some, probably Casey Thompson right now on paper before he ever plays a game, going off the 2,000 plus yards passing, 28 total touchdowns at Texas, played in 12 games. He's probably going to show up as the 4th or 5th or maybe even the 6th best quarterback in the Big Ten. The quarterback play is a little outside of C.J. Stroud, who is going to be a lottery pick in the NFL draft next year. There's not a lot of things you can go, yes. I mean, can anybody in this that covers the Big Ten and talks about Big Ten football like we do agree who the second best quarterback is?
I don't think you can.
The guy in Maryland, the guy in Purdue,
If
the
you're
combo
talking-
of Michigan.
Yeah, it's hard. Casey Thompson will get some votes.
So
why is Casey different than Tua? Well, not Tua, but
Tua's brother.
Yeah. Tua's brother. We probably ought to.
Well, he's like, I've looked at a couple. One once had him second. The other has him like seventh.
I know, because of the turnovers.
So, and this is a guy that Nebraska is going to see. So Nebraska right now on paper should have a better quarterback than Northwestern Illinois, Indiana, Rutgers, Iowa, Wisconsin. Now, the last two that's a whole different animal. But you could make a case there's 5 to 6 teams in the conference schedule that Nebraska should have the better quarterback. If that's what you're going to base how they're going to get to above 7.5.
The number seems high. And the juice is shaded towards the over 8.
Yeah.
Yeah. Seems high.
You know what? At what point do you think we will have the discussion in the preseason, if we ever get there, that it's okay, Scott Frost will have his best quarterback he's had in 5 years? Or the best setup. I will go with the best setup for a quarterback to succeed in 5 years. Maybe not the better quarterback, but the best system to succeed as a quarterback.
I don't know. What was the first year? 19-8.
But look who he was with.
Yeah, but let's go back to the previous years. When has the better quarterback on paper mattered? It didn't against Illinois. Didn't against Minnesota played too. It didn't matter. They didn't get outplayed by the QB at Northwestern. We threw the ball in the back of guys' helmets. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's something more than that. That's a start. QB's a start, but it's something more than that.
Well, you could make a case. I go back to there was the run of Wisconsin games where if Nebraska was just better at quarterback.
No. I mean, that's part of it, but I'll make the case. I said this when people were mad at Adrian. It's a lot more to do with just him. He's just the thing that you can see.
But there's going to be
It was more than a quarterback issue.
There's going to be 2 to 3 games a year where the quarterback has to win a football game for you. He has to win. When you walk off the field, go, that guy was the difference maker. He was the reason why we won that game.
You hope it doesn't have to be that way. I'm serious. You do. Because that offense isn't supposed to be as quarterback centric.
Could still not be quarterback centric, I believe, and the quarterback still is the reason that you won the football game. But Northwestern, Illinois, Indiana, Rutgers, Iowa, throw Wisconsin in there. Your quarterback right now should be better than their quarterback. Now Iowa's you don't know who's going to be starting quarterback because they left spring and they have 3 options, and I don't think anybody's knocking Mertz off.
You better hope so.
But it would be an advantage for Nebraska if you had an offense that, of course, will not be so quarterback relied on, but is a offense where the quarterback can succeed. So what can the quarterback do? Get out of here and go and get drafted or go and move up. And so the next guy can come in and you recruit to that. So that was supposed to be Adrian, right?
Yeah.
That was supposed to be Adrian was supposed to be the savior, the golden child, the guy that played quarterback, the guy that fit the system, the guy that wowed everybody, the guy that was going to banquets at the end of the year, and then the guy that was going to the draft. And while all that's happening, you're recruiting the next Adrian.
Yeah.
And it just did not happen. The setup in year 5 for a quarterback to succeed in the way in the Big Ten to succeed, I think is a better setup.
Yeah, it better.
SIP's coming up here in a little bit. All right, see what you've started.
I didn't start this. This thing is taken off. I got people responding that you wouldn't even think would be responding. Apparently, we have So for almost 50 years, we've been missing the fact that hospitals have amazing food.
Probably don't. Well, maybe it's recently.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because I used to spend a lot of time in hospitals and they weren't very good.
Well, it's
Mercy Hospital in Des Moines.
And he's emailed. Tim has emailed back. He said it's not just the pastries and the donuts. He said everything is good.
And of course, they don't advertise it because they just don't want strangers showing up at the hospital.
I don't think they care. You have to pay for it.
Yeah, but just random people coming in to eat, or maybe looking to make a buck.
Now they got me interested in their sausage patties.
Wow.
Now I'm playing. You can't be doing fresh ground sausage patties when you're cooking in bulk.
Now the rules kick in.
I'm just saying. I can't believe we've been sleeping on this.
Well, let's find out which one we should go dine at. Maybe today.
All right.
My lunch is open up. Maybe we'll go today.
And you're cheap too, so this may be in your wheelhouse.
I'm not cheap. I'm not.
Kinda.
Oh, I'm not.
Dude.
I'll pay for good stuff. I ain't paying for bad stuff. I'm smart. There's a difference between cheap and smart.
All right.
Remember this whole Georgia spinning on recruiting discussion?
Yes, yeah.
That was fun. Here's Doug. Hello, Doug.
Good morning. Hey, I spent 3 Christmases ago, we had Christmas dinner at the Methodist.
Mm-hmm.
The lead guy at the Methodist cafe was a retired lead chef from the press club. The guy was unbelievable.
All right.
Retired.
What
Best
is
food
going?
around.
So what'd you have?
We for our Christmas dinner was a turkey dinner that your mom, nobody would put on the plate. I mean, it was unbelievable. It was press club quality Christmas dinner at Methodist.
And it's pretty affordable, right?
Cheap, and the guy just does it. Back then, I mean, we spent 3 weeks in there, got to know everybody. The guy just does it because he loves to do it.
Oh, that is fantastic. Huh. Apparently we're on to something.
Doug, thanks for the phone call.
I thought he was being weird. I reread the email like 3 times. Right? Because basically he was comparing, he's like, why would you eat a Hostess donut? And I didn't have a chance to email back. I was just taken aback that he goes to the hospital to grab pastries. Not visiting anybody, just he's like, can't beat it. Okay.
I appreciate what you've done to my Equitable Bank inbox and my Twitter timeline.
Yeah, it's
shuttlecock and hospital food are interacting.
It's a birdie, remember?
Not according to PE teachers. Thank you. And God bless you, PE teachers.
Dude, Travis's exchange with his wife. I bet you his wife is probably like, why are you asking me this?
Hold on. Well, you can read that in just a moment. John wants to know, can you get hospital food through Grubhub?
No way.
How odd would that be?
No way.
Here is Randy. Good morning, Randy. Welcome to Sharp and Betting in the Morning.
Well, just, for information, I used to travel a little bit for business, and I'd wind up in Columbus, Ohio, in the heart of the enemy territory there, doing some work at Chase. And right next to them, just across the little park, there was their hospital. The workers that I was there visiting with to do work with, they took me out for lunch one day. Guess where they took me? We walked up the hill and
wow,
into the hospital. And it's like I was amazed. It was cafeteria style. You've got your burgers and tacos, and you've got great salads for Damon. They'd have wings on Wednesday. They'd have calzones. I don't know what day of the week.
Bam.
I guess they got to have someplace for the hospital workers because they don't want them leaving the property. So,
right. That's true.
Right. But this is Damon's suggestion to get Sarah Baker to Anson to work.
Yeah,
on
we'll have to.
It's great.
Happen.
This is all the Omaha and Lincoln hospitals. Have her check them all out and report back. Right.
Yeah. We
Hey,
get
Randy,
it.
thanks for the call.
Hey, right on cue. Our guy, he texted and he said the women's hospital is outstanding. His daughter-in-law had her baby there, and it was pretty good. And then at the very same time on Twitter, Neil goes, I voted no, but Methodist Women's Hospital is the truth. He put it in caps. Those Rice Krispie bars are amazing. What is wrong with you people?
No. Of all the people on this show that's a foodie, you go where the food is good.
Like,
it's healthy. It's healthy.
Has this ever come up in your sphere of influence?
No.
Never. So
No.
people have just been sitting on this whole time. I've never had this conversation with anybody ever.
They were just,
and I talk about food all the time, and nobody says, "Hey."
They were just
you know
waiting
what?
for you to open the door to this discussion.
No. What is it, faux pas or something that you go to the hospital and eat?
Well, we're talking about just we have nobody in the hospital. We don't have anybody that's working there. We're just going to the hospital.
That's what he said.
I think people kind of
he
go,
said
that's
the
odd.
truth.
Justin says at Bryan Health, they do have an executive chef.
I guess you would, in theory, want the experience to be as
seamless as possible. Yeah.
And you do want to be healthy.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Apparently for, 48 years, we've been sleeping.
Here is Tim. Hi, Tim.
This is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous.
Damon?
And it was a different Tim that emailed.
No, this is the Tim. This is the Tim. Everyone else is not the Tim.
Ridiculous.
I work at a lovely office that sits on the front of the mountain range in Loveland, Colorado.
Yeah.
There are 2 gigantic reservoirs. You can go fish over lunch. You know what else you can do over lunch? You can walk across the street to the hospital and have an amazing culinary experience while standing in line waiting for the guy with the prosthetic leg to get his salad and being mad at him for taking so long.
Dang, Tim.
I stand behind him and say, hey, let's hop along, buddy.
What?
Their salad bar is ridiculous. It has everything. It has then some. Have you been to Chances Are in York?
Yes.
Their salad bar is phenomenal. That's a hospital salad bar. Big pieces of meat, delicious toppings, all the accoutrements. It is a fantastic dining experience. You've also got pizza, wings, burgers, chicken strips, you name it. And I love that your previous caller said, oh, yeah, they've got to have food for the people who work there. Yeah, because they certainly don't serve food to the patient, you dingbat. This is a miss by everyone. It is a fantastic dining experience. You need to try it if you haven't. I would urge you.
I'm afraid, Tim, but one quick question.
At a hospital.
You missed your calling because earlier I was telling Sharpie I was bumping around on the radio yesterday, and we got into why the prices of fertilizer are exorbitantly high. Apparently, you're experiencing that real time.
Preach, bro. Preach.
Pretty high.
Bad. Preach. It's terrible.
Huh.
I'm not getting into politics, but yeah, that's where you'd head with that conversation.
That's what we thought. Tim, thanks.
Wow.
Here,
So he missed the fertilizer talk, but he hit us on the food talk.
Alan says my wife works at Nebraska Med over on Dodge. We had a couple kids there. She still talks about their grilled chicken sandwiches regularly. This is a thing.
Gotta be.
Dan wants to know. So wait, can I just go into a hospital for lunch like I'm popping into a pizza ranch or
that's
something?
that's why I didn't believe him at first when I read the email. So I was like, let me just do a poll question.
Not like you're there to steal a kid or anything.
No, you just
walk in.
Yeah, he said it's pretty amazing.
Which one are we going to at 11:15?
Hey, what are you guys doing here? Don't mind me.
A research project. Hello, David.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
What's up, buddy?
Hey, not much, man. I'm thinking about running my car into a tree so I can have a good meal.
Wow.
Hey, but
wow.
Why do I always follow the fertilizer guy?
Hey, Tim is hilarious. Apparently, Tim has never been to college, but he uses words like accoutrement.
Yeah. But yeah, so but I wanted to maybe get the show a little bit back on track. I'm waiting for my high school portal show. I'm still waiting to hear that one, but I had a question for you guys. Kind of talking about quarterback situations in the state. Obviously Zane is like cream of the crop. There ain't no question. But there's a lot of potential, right? So there's Kalen, there's Gow. Rezac should have a good year, right? But
yeah.
I'm wondering if what you guys thought on is the prospects for this class, and obviously if that makes Zane that much more of a potential miss, because I'm sitting here thinking about, I was thinking about the kids the other day that are coming up, and I can't say that besides those three names that there's anybody standing out. I do like Riggs, Madden Riggs, but I wanted to get you guys' thoughts on that.
All right, so you got Kalen's 24, Circo's 24, Gal's 24, Rezac's 24.
That's about it. But that I know of.
Well, Gretna has a couple, but they're younger. And then Flores is obviously the senior.
So of those guys we just mentioned, Kalen is the only one that has a Nebraska offer, and he got his after Florida State first offered him. So Kalen's had an offer for Nebraska for 18 months.
Yeah. He got an offer. Yeah. Remember, because that was the one without.
But you don't hear a lot of chatter with Nebraska and him.
Mm-mm. Now, it is interesting that.
And for people that don't know, Daniel Kalen is the
It is
quarterback
interesting
at
that
Bell West.
Vandy offered because they're extremely particular. Like they went through the process. So they obviously, I mean, I think Nebraska is probably waiting on more, varsity tape.
Hey, I told this at the time. That offer was reactionary. What's your thing? You want to be proactive, not
reactive. Yeah.
Nebraska's offer was reactionary because he went to a camp and Florida State offered, and Nebraska went, "Who is this kid? Do we know this guy?" Now, Zane is always going to be a miss in my book, in your book, and a lot of other people's book. But maybe one thing that Zane will leave for the Nebraskas and for kids that are coming up in a state that doesn't produce a lot of Power 5 quarterbacks is, wait a minute. We've looked at so many other positions in the state of Nebraska, from tight ends to some skill guys to some linemen. Maybe there are quarterbacks there. Maybe there's another Zane Flores. Okay, where are these quarterbacks at? And they're all kind of around this area. So it's like the Harburg thing that I thought would take off. Oh my God, Nebraska there's a Power 5 guy in the middle of Nebraska. Is there more? You're always going, hey, there's Giannis. Should we go and try and find the next Giannis? Okay, there's a Zane Flores. Omaha's a town of 1 million people. There's got to be another one there, right? Oh yeah, if you go down, and you know how this works. Oh yeah, if you go down and watch, if you go to that school, look at the tape on him. Look at the tape on him. Next thing you know, you have more coaches that are paying attention to Nebraska high school quarterbacks.
Yeah. I wonder what the gap will be. I really do, especially if he's the benchmark. Right? Schaefer said this Friday. I think people thought he was being hard on Kalen. I don't think that was his what he was after.
Mm-hmm.
But he's like, hey, yeah, a lot of offers. Let's see it on the field. And but I get it, but I don't, because if I'm Kalen, I look at it like this. Your school has guys that come through there all the time.
Mm-hmm.
You got weapons. You got a good offensive mind at head coach. You have a good offensive line coach. I would relax, because it's I would look at it as an opportunity more than pressure, because he just has to do what he does.
Well, this will be his first year as a
full-time
starter.
starter. Yeah, so I would just exhale and go get it.
But you know how this. Okay, so here's the balance here. We said all you got to do is go watch Zane play. Some of these other guys are getting offers and they really haven't played. That's tough to grasp with when you're the best quarterback in the state. And
I know.
You've played
I told you that's what
4 years of high school football.
I think that shaped the whole narrative for part of the reason why Flores is so popular. I think people rallied for him because they knew he was really good, and he seemed to be on the outside looking in. So he became an easy guy to cheer for. And Zay he doesn't give you any ammo. He doesn't tweet anything. Like, he gives you no ammo for ill will, no jealousy, no. He doesn't creep into your insecurities. He doesn't give you anything. He minds his own business. But I think part of the thing why everybody gravitates it towards him is because, well, how does such and such have offers, and he doesn't, and he's clearly the best quarterback in the state. Clearly.
So to get an offer from a high school quarterback in Nebraska, you got to have a good camp, good 7-on-7.
I just think it's the one position where they have to see you in person. And I knew Nebraska waited too long too. And I'm not absolving them of responsibility. Yes, it is their fault. But I knew during the live period, or not the live period, their live period, that they wanted to get to Gretna. I just didn't. And I told those guys that. I just didn't think that they would have enough time. And you're so far late. You're a good 6 months behind. Right? But I knew that they wanted to come to the school. Like, I heard that 10 times. Hey, we're going in the spring. We're going in the spring. We're going in the spring. I'm like, sounds good.
Well, the other part
I hope you have time. Turns out they didn't.
The other part of this discussion is it's kind of like, remember when Ted Silva was Erstad's pitching coach and he was not a fan of high school pitchers in Nebraska?
Yeah.
He had a quarterback coach who was like,
No, I get it. But I don't know to
if I could go get my quarterback and he's outside my front door, look at the luxury that is.
So who's your front runner? Behind Flores?
I don't have one because they've got to play they've got to play football, Damon.
It's got to be Kalen and then probably Rizak. Gal doesn't have near the weapons, maybe the talent. I'd have to see him more in person.
And all these guys are young, so I want to see them play more football.
Yes,
but
they're
when
mostly
you're
in
playing
their junior year.
When you're playing in Huffman's offense, you got a shot to develop.
But you know what? So the downside of that is he will be he's going to be much more scrutinized because people say it's a quarterback friendly system, and he's throwing to a couple dudes.
I'm thinking. I mean, Dolenchek had a nice little career at Morningside. He's got a lot of hardware.
He's a winner.
Nate Glantz,
winner.
So there's that X factor that will come as you play more.
I mean, so that's you got to take the good with the bad.
Good call on Jaden Kowalski, who went to Northwest Missouri.
Yeah, he was amazing. And you know what? He was outside of Glantz, he was the toughest to defense because he added the QB run game element to that offense. You do that, shoot. We can take away some of the other stuff. I can figure that out. The run game, it's no answer.
Quick break. We'll get back to this. This is an incredible conversation that now we're going to lunch.
Dude,
either at Children's Methodist or the Med Center.
We're still going with these.
Yes.
Matt DiMarina says, "Hey, the mashed potatoes and gravy with the beef to go, country fried steak. Now that sounds delicious, especially if you get good mashed potatoes."
Do you think hospitals advertise what's on the menu? Like we go to their website during the break and figure out where we're going to go for lunch?
No, but if there was a place where you would enjoy having people feel good about your product, it would be a hospital.
Yeah.
They probably take joy in it.
It's a competitive industry.
I did not know.
Sips coming up in a bit on Sharp and Betting in the morning at 16:20 The Zone.
Joint pain got you down, feeling like you just can't get around the way that you used to. Are you looking for relief without surgery, without drugs, no downtime? New options are available here. Regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics are a real thing. It's the most exciting medical development in years. These remarkable regenerative treatments actually encourage your own body, your very own, to heal itself. The damaged tissue in your joints will grow. Pro athletes have done this for years. Now it's available for folks like us. Have you been struggling with knee, back, shoulder, hip pain, arthritis pain of any kind? You need to check out the new and exciting natural alternative with incredible patient satisfactory reports. Restorative biological therapies at QC Kinetics are a thing. Effective treatments for chronic joint pain with no drugs, no surgery. Call for a free consultation. You can learn about it all. Regenerative options available to help get you pain-free. It's QC Kinetics. Call 402-205-4960. That's 402-205-4960.
Yeah, about a week ago.
Good pick of a tune.
I've always kind of operated on the Costa Rican clock.
We welcome in
Steve Sipple from the Lincoln Journal-Star.
Stephen M. Sipple. Good morning. How are you doing?
Should let that song play a little bit.
All right, here you go. Hey, big day for you. You can do whatever you want.
Yeah, it's Cinco de Mayo, right?
Yeah.
That's what we're thinking. Cinco de Mayo.
Would you like to share
It is
some?
a big day.
Would you like to
What?
share some news with our listeners?
Cinco de Mayo.
Yeah.
Hold on. My dog's doing strange things. Hold on. Okay, no. Yeah, I guess we could. I think if you want to go there immediately.
Well, yeah. I mean, people are.
It wasn't the first question I wanted to ask you, but
Yeah, that's coming
the
next.
second question it'll follow.
Yeah, I mean, it's my last day. And this is officially my last day at the Lincoln Journal-Star after 33 years. Yeah, I am moving on to another job that will be announced on June 1. It was a really agonizing decision. It's been about a 3-week process of trying to do it. And, but yeah, this I guess today's kind of the culmination of it. So yeah, it's, you guys are in the business. We don't really like talking about ourselves. I don't really like talking about myself. We cover other people and we cover news made by other people, but I guess it's 33 years, 33 years. That's how long I was there.
Especially in that industry where there's a lot of good people still in the industry and there's a lot of good people that have moved on to other things. Now, you're still going to do your radio show, correct?
Yeah, thanks for asking. I should have mentioned that. Yeah, I'll do the radio show goes on unabated.
And you will still be covering Nebraska football?
Well, yeah. I mean, I can't go down too far down the road of what I'm going to be doing next. You're a good reporter, Gary. Yeah. I think you could say that.
All right. So all of this is counterproductive to your personality, right? You're low maintenance. You certainly, like you said, don't talk about yourself. You don't really want to lament about accomplishments and all that other stuff. But is there at least an inkling of you that has said, you know what? I feel pretty good. I'm proud about the work that I've done.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I held a job for 33 years, which is you know me a little bit, which is probably a major upset. I mean, I'm proud of that. And the Journal-Star is it allowed me to be myself. And really the last 15 to 17 years, I've had incredible freedom. And yeah, it was a great place to work. I worked during a tumultuous time for Nebraska football, and that's kind of what it's been defined by. It was pretty challenging, but it was rewarding, and that's a great place. And it's gonna stay. It's gonna be a great place. The Parker leaving was a big hit, and I get all that. But I'll tell you what, Husker Extra and the Journal-Star is going to be, it's in great hands right now.
Hey, so Sip, I'm not going to tell you the year that I picked. Mm-hmm. When is the last time you cried?
I think I might have been in the basement of Pershing Auditorium when I was maybe 9.
I said it was guaranteed to be pre-2000. I'm plenty safe.
Yeah, some kid from Chapman. We were boxing. I remember it used to have smokers in the bottom of in the basement of Pershing. I remember Helen Busalis was there. I don't know why I remember that. And some kid from Chapman beat me. But I had him. I let the fight go, and my coach was really mad, and I think I cried after that. I was just mainly angry, not sad, just angry. Tears of anger.
Wow. 9.
I had the kid, a tall kid from Chapman, and I hit him hard enough that he almost was going through the ropes.
And then I backed off. I backed off and kind of let him come to, and I think that's the last time.
You haven't cried in 60 years?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Huh.
I don't think so.
Wow.
Interesting.
You know me. I'm not very I don't get very emotional.
No, I know. Have you already packed up your desk?
Well, I mean, we moved.
Oh, that's right.
They blew up that building downtown, just a hole in the ground. And they had a nice office for me at the new place, and I just never moved into it. It was sort of awkward, It's been kind of awkward, the whole thing. But it's, again, I got nothing but good things to say about the Journal-Star, and it was incredibly good to me. Incredibly good.
Well, people will know that you're still going to be a guest on this radio station, and you have your own show, and you'll still be covering Nebraska football, so it's all good.
Well, thanks for still having me. I appreciate it.
Well, I mean, yeah, we'll always have you. I don't care if you're covering Husker football or not. We're always going to have a sip segment. With that said, what do you think? What do you think the reaction was in North Stadium when O'Shawn Mathis at 3:00 on Saturday said he's coming to Nebraska? How big of an excitement level was it for that staff from top to bottom?
You know what? I think it was pretty exciting because I don't think they knew for sure. I think a couple maybe did. I bet it was pretty exciting. I haven't contemplated it from that angle, but I don't know. When you're in their situation, I often think in moments like that, it might be more relief than excitement.
Mm-hmm.
They're in kind of a fix, right? And that's a good question. I thought of it more from the fans' perspective, and it did seem like there was genuine excitement in the fan base. So I would think there would be genuine excitement from the coaches. I do think they look at personnel matters sometimes a little differently than us. Well, I know I talked to Eric Chenander about it right before the spring, and I asked him about the defensive line concerns, and he said, we do look at it differently than you guys, the media, in that we know we have a pretty good handle on what the guys that you guys don't really know about. The Marquise Blacks, the Jalen Weavers, the Rucron Buckleys, and even probably Nash Hutmacher, those types of guys that they have a better handle on. But I'd throw Blaze Gunnerson and maybe even Jamar Butler into that conversation. And I think they felt pretty good about what they had. But obviously, man, there's just no way to pour cold water on getting O'Shawn Mathis. I don't care how skeptical you are of Scott Frost and the operation. What they've done in the transfer portal with O'Shawn Mathis, and just generally speaking, is impressive.
I actually think Drew is going to be more critical, but Mathis is more important. Or not important, but more dynamic, right? So if those two things. But let me ask you something, because this is the realist Steven Sipple talking. That's what I always want to dub that, put that in quotes. You can have the conversation that Nebraska has done about as well as they can do in the off season without getting into wins and losses for the regular season and feel good. Yes or no?
Damon?
Steven?
You blanked out on the last part. So you're saying you can have the conversation about what they've done to transfer portal, what they've done in the off season, without it affecting the win-loss conversation, or without?
Yes.
Are you compartmentalizing those?
Yes. Are you okay with doing that? Giving credit where credit is due without having to get to the season portion yet?
Yeah. Mike Schaefer on our show today alluded to that whole conversation, where it seems like right now there's a subset of fans that if you acknowledge the work that Scott and his staff have done in the offseason, there's always that subset of fans that say, oh, yeah, here we go again with this strong offseason talk. It doesn't matter. It's not going to result in wins and losses. Yeah, you're getting that. We've got that over the years a lot. I mean, that's over the years, meaning, since probably Frank's dismissal. It seems like we've played that game a lot around here, where there's a subset of fans that at some point become so disgruntled that nothing that good happens can be just compartmentalized in that moment. Yeah, that moment on Saturday was a win. It doesn't have to evolve into the broader conversation, right? How's it going to affect what they do in the season? I don't know, but you can just say getting O'Shawn Mathis and Devin Drew were victories, good victories, and it's not.
How about some of the staff?
It doesn't fall under the hyperbole category because they've proven themselves at a high level, and then the staff identified them and then made it happen. I mean, if you listen to O'Shawn Mathis or O'Shauna Daniels' mom, there's no question that Nebraska did a very strong recruiting job on him. Devin Drew the same way. There's just no doubt about it. That, you hear people try to say the operation, they're not organized or whatever. But I mean, that definitely doesn't come across when you talk to that O'Shauna Daniels or O'Shawn Mathis. It was very well organized, and it was a great recruiting job. And you can say that it's fine. And I've been telling you guys that about the way Scott and this, basically Scott and Matt Davison orchestrated the coaching hires. It was done really well. There's no fiascos. They identified guys they wanted, went out and got them. And it was pretty streamlined, and it all happened well. And that's really been kind of the way the off season has gone for Nebraska.
Well, I think it helps with some of the guys they've hired, but I agree with you. Their presentation compared to where it used to be is so much further along and organized than it was at the beginning when it seemed to be all over the map.
Yeah, probably. But yeah, I mean, they've gotten better. And I just don't think you could go get players of that caliber without it being organized and without having a strong presentation. And I think probably the NIL operation has helped, but that's the other conversation that's sort of interesting. O'Shauna Daniels, will tell you that wasn't a big part of this. It's a part of it, but there were bigger parts of it.
When you're taking a look at what's next in the offseason for the staff, is it more about spending time with each other or more about spending time as best you can and with the rules with the players?
I think it's the latter. That's the way I look at it like this. The off season, there can't be a lot of breaks. You got, it's limited. There's a time limit. There's time limits on how much you can spend with the guys. But I think there's still a lot of coaching that has to transpire. I think you got to push the envelope in that regard. But spending time with the offensive staff, I imagine, is going to still be spending a lot of time together. I would think. It's a big undertaking. They still have. It's an ongoing process. So yeah, August 27th is going to be here quickly. That's the best way to put it.
Hey, June 1 will be here quickly, not only for you, but also if guys are going to stay in the draft or not. I'm watching this morning. They are raving about Trey McGowan's workouts. Your gut says yay or nay that he is back in Lincoln because we're running out of time to add to the roster. Yeah.
My gut says nay. Some of that is just I listen to what Robin Washit says. I'd say nay.
But doesn't he have to let Nebraska know here shortly? They're trying to reconfigure their roster. They're over the limit and they got to make some moves.
Yeah, exactly. And the fact that he hasn't let him know yet is part of the reason I say nay. I think he would have I think he might have let him know by now. So I would say nay. It's a good question, though. I've been wondering that myself. I think we've determined that Lat's a nay. But yeah, I think Trey's a nay.
Does Nebraska baseball answer the dinner bell, Sip? They've slipped to ninth. The next three opponents are all three ahead of them.
I know.
Isn't that something?
Yeah, it is. And I think Will is handling it predictably. He's staying positive.
And he didn't mince words either.
Now he doesn't mince words, but he's finding silver linings, which I think he has to do that. He has to keep those kids upbeat somehow during a season that's gone awry, in many ways. Let's face it, it has. But there's still time. There's still time to rebound, but you have to get in the tournament. I mean, you have to. So it'll be, you know what? From our standpoint, it's still very interesting. I mean, I'm very interested in what's going on because of that tournament right down the street from you guys. It's going to happen here pretty soon.
Well, Michigan State, and I mean, they're ahead of them. So I mean, you got every opportunity after you figure out how you're going to deal with Minnesota and Illinois.
Yeah, you know what though? It's good. It's good that Will and the coaching staff has that carrot to dang. I would think it. I don't know. I tend to be overly optimistic about things, but I would think that would be a driving force for the kids. We can still get to that tournament, the Big Ten tournament, and do some heavy damage if we can just get it going. And that happens with baseball teams. They have terrible regular seasons, or the regular seasons are generally bad, but they catch fire at the end, and then something could happen. And maybe that's what you got. And I think that's why Will stays positive and tries to keep pulling that team along.
Zip, congratulations. 33 years in the newspaper industry is a hell of a feat, and we're all glad that you're sticking around and are going to be with us.
Yeah, that's really nice of you guys. I appreciate those kind words. I really do. And we'll be talking, okay?
Thanks, Zip.
Sip will now be covering badminton. We will still talk to Sipple every week.
Yes. So how about this with the Journal Star real quick?
He said 9 years old. Don't think that went on deaf ears.
Put that on the board. So Brian Christopherson, writing for the Journal Star.
Mm-hmm.
He leaves.
Mm-hmm.
Goes to Husker 24/7.
Mm-hmm.
Parker Gabriel comes in. Leaves. Goes to the USA Today. Sipple leaves. They've had some very talented people that have had bylines in the sports section of the Journal Star.
I love
also
those.
the World Herald. But I'm saying you can't go from, newspaper guys can make the transition to websites. I mean, BC has done it great, and there's other guys in the business that we see, around the Big Ten that have been in the newspaper business, and they find someplace else to do. They do full-time radio or they do websites. So we wish the best to Sip.
Go Sip. It's your birthday.
All right, coming up in the last hour, if you thought our hospital food talk was good, we still have our Ask Us Anything segment. Brought to you by Oscar's Pizza and Grill. That's coming up in the next hour. Brandon Vogel, Brian Edwards as well, and Sharp and Betting in the Morning. Hey, thanks to everybody that's now sharing menus from the hospitals around town. This is going to be a thing. We're going to have to do a road show food tour of hospital cafeterias.
Apparently, we're way late to the game.
I got a $20 bill. One of the rare days I have cash. I should be able to buy lunch for all three of us.
I got a 20. I got a 20.
Brandon Vogel, Ask Us Anything, Brian Edwards, all in the last hour of a Thursday edition of Sharp Betting in the Morning on 1620 The Zone. All right, you're out and about. Maybe you're going to lunch at one of our favorite hospitals here in Omaha, or you're out and about and you need a vehicle. You're looking for something new or new to you. Why not hit up Woodhouse? Now, you don't have to go here or there. They got 18 brands. They got 16 locations. They'll send you to one site, woodhouse.com, for all of the latest inventory, pictures, pricing, all of it at the click of a mouse under one bookmark, woodhouse.com. Yes, bookmark it. You can find the most popular brands. You can find capable trucks, luxury SUVs, all right there. You don't have to go to Blair, to Plattsmouth, way out to West Omaha, or down to Bellevue. You can go on your computer, on your phone, woodhouse.com, and you can find all the latest inventory, find the great deals, top-notch customer service, and don't forget, while you're online, you can value your trade. You can also interact with the knowledgeable sales staff, ask them questions. You can set up a test drive. You can fill out a credit application. You can do it all online. You can purchase a vehicle online. But make it easy on yourself today to find the vehicle and put yourself in the Woodhouse Auto family at woodhouse.com. What you know about rolling down in the deep. We welcome in Brandon Vogel from Hail Varsity, the magazine, hailvarsity.com. Good morning. We have a pressing question right away. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Because middle initials are taking off. I'm Gary J. Damon is Damon G. Shane doesn't have a middle name. We've got Charles W. We got Donald J. We've got Parker J. We've got Mike J. We've got Stephen M. People want to know what the L is in Brandon L.
The L stands for Lee, which was my dad's middle name.
Hey!
Isn't that say? Sharpie said that would be a very good. I was gonna. I think did I say Len?
Yes.
Yeah. It was either gonna be a Len or a Lee.
Yeah, there's when you think about it, there's not a ton of traditionally male options in the L category. Once you get to the middle name part of it.
And we were joking about Brandon, the name Brandon Lee off air, and Shane, of course, goes to Bruce Lee because that is his basically his idol. And he said, "Well, that didn't end well." And I said, "Well, I think it'll be a little different from my man P. Vogues."
Right there. So there was Luscious, Ludacris, and Levante. That were also mentioned as possibilities.
About 2012, I would have seriously thought about changing it.
Yeah, that's what Shane wanted.
I'll
He's
take
like, "Oh, that'd have been a good time to be a Levante."
Hey, your level, because this is usually this time of the year. We're past spring football. May will give us win totals, and they will also give us start times and network. So we're starting with win totals. FanDuel, which is a big friend of Sharp Betting in the Morning, their win total is 7.5. 2019, Nebraska's was 8.5. Last year it was 6. Of the previous 4 years, Nebraska's not come close to the win total. Your level of maybe surprise at 7.5, or not a surprise?
Wasn't surprised. I thought it would be either 7 or 7.5. So I guess the fact that it's that half game higher maybe said, I was like, okay, we're going to go with what I thought was the maximum. What I didn't see coming is through those FanDuel odds is you got to go minus 140 to take the over, which I would have thought it would have been the under.
Yeah.
Where you had to pay the premium a little bit because, the 7.5, like, okay, I can get there based on, what I know about what goes into making these win totals. But I would not have thought them to kind of put the juice on going over that. You start to look at the schedule and man, you can maybe, if you're really want to talk yourself into it, you can get to that 7-8 wins. But that was the most surprising part to me. And I love win totals. If you guys want to do a 6-hour show where we go through all 130, let me know. I'll be there.
Hey, so
we'll see the College World Series shows.
B. Vogues, let me ask you this, though, because this is interesting because Vegas has yet to get it right. And typically, you don't just keep going back to the well. Is this a deal where we're so close to the situation we're actually critiquing, but Vegas sees Trey Palmer, Casey Thompson, O'Shawn Mathis? It appears to be potentially star-studded, no pun intended.
Yep.
Is that what you think they're going on? Because history says they're not even close.
Yeah, I would. I mean, obviously, anyone that's making these win totals or anyone that's making power ratings in this current era has to have come up with a way to account for transfer additions. And I think that's something, it's something worth watching. Like, it'll be interesting to kind of go back and revisit win totals in December and just see if, like, this first real full year of the transfer portal made those any less accurate or more accurate. Because everyone's still kind of trying to find their way in the dark with that, I think. I think for these outlets, these books that are putting out, and FanDuel, I think, put out all of the Power 5 ones. Mm-hmm. They're doing it on a broad scale. And so when you look at this, yes, Nebraska hasn't come close to that. But I think if you have faith in your numbers and you're trying to get the number that would be right
or would be, right in the middle across 10,000 simulations, which is never going to happen. You only get one each year. So I'd be surprised if they were in the weeds enough. So I think for us who cover Nebraska, who cheer for Nebraska, basically the local audience, Nebraska probably gets penalized maybe a little bit too much. But when I look at Nebraska's number at 7.5, exactly where I thought it would be. I think it's a close call either way. For me personally, right now today, I would look at that and be like, well, their history, not something you can quantify, just seeing them come up short again and again would be enough for me to say, if I had to play on that, I would make a play on the under probably.
So Wisconsin is 8.5. Iowa, Purdue, Nebraska 7.5. Minnesota is 6.5. Going to be an interesting year in the West Division. If you're just going off FanDuel's win totals on May 4th, now 5th.
Yeah, that was my other kind of second. That was my second takeaway after digesting Nebraska. Is like look at the Big Ten West, where everyone's going to win either 8 or 6 games. It seems, with a couple 7-5 sprinkled in there. The Minnesota one surprised me. I thought Minnesota, in my mind, could easily be a 7.5 too. Based on the odds themselves, they're minus 170 to take the over. Yeah. So FanDuel right now is basically telling you this is the surest bet for the team to go over at 6.5. It's just, you're going to have to pay. You got to pay basically a 60% premium to take that quote unquote close to sure thing. So it's going to be one of those horse races where you're pretty tightly packed down into the home stretch, and we'll see who comes away with it. But it should make for a pretty fun year in the division, I think, because Wisconsin's a deserving favorite. I don't think they're a huge favorite in this particular year.
Hey, so let me ask you this, Brandon. Have we learned our lesson from simply looking at, okay, what do the quarterbacks look like in the Big Ten West or head-to-head in these schedules? Or do we lean more towards, well, maybe this offense won't maybe as quarterback centric, so that's a real thing. Because a lot of times we just look at the quarterback play, but it hasn't yielded necessarily into wins. How are you looking at it?
Yeah, I think the offseason is long. So eventually some point the let's compare quarterbacks conversation comes up. It's not the place that I start. And I think the longer that I get to cover Nebraska in the Big Ten in particular, the less that matters to me. I mean, we can think back to the season opener last year. The moment that Sikowski comes into that game for Illinois, I'm like, oh, well, this is a nice break for Nebraska. And it wasn't. And we see that with particularly some of these offenses in the Big Ten, and especially in the Big Ten West, where if you've got a guy who's just steady and, avoids the big mistake, like there are teams that are built to win that way. And I think there's some merit to looking at, well, they've got the best quarterback or they've got the second or third best quarterback in the conference. That should matter. And it probably does, but it's probably not as big an edge as you might see in, say, the Big 12 or the Pac-12 or something like that.
So with that discussion, and Damon and I last hour were kind of talking about quarterbacks, if you're looking at win totals, if that's the way you want to go. Walk me through then, because Damon and I have talked a lot about Iowa and Wisconsin doesn't need an elite quarterback to be successful. And they've proven that. Now, to beat Ohio State or Michigan, neutral field, wherever, that's going to come into play. But to win their division, it has shown that they don't need to have an all-conference, all-Big Ten quarterback. So looking at that and trying to base on, hey, you don't necessarily need an over-the-top quarterback. How do you factor in Minnesota with Tanner Morgan? It's not like Tanner Morgan just showed up. Tanner Morgan's been here for a while.
It's a pretty big wild card for me with Minnesota, which is a team I like a little bit in 2022, though they've got to replace a ton on the line and they got to replace a ton on defense. And the last time they had to replace a ton on defense, it didn't go so well for them. So that gives me a little bit of pause, but in terms of the skill position and, bringing back Soroka as offensive coordinator, maybe that helps Morgan a little bit. I mean, he should snap right in or have snapped right in already to what they do there. So that boosts that a little bit. Morgan in the year that Minnesota won 11 games was great. Like statistically, is probably the second best quarterback in the Big Ten.
3,300 yards and 30 touchdowns.
Yeah, so we've seen, he can play at a really high level. Now they had an extraordinarily talented group of wide receivers. They've still got a couple. I don't know if it's quite as broad in terms of the depth at that spot, but running back, they should be pretty good, assuming Ibrahim is able to return close to full strength. So Minnesota is a team that if they get kind of something closer to that version of Morgan, it's a team that's right in the thick of the Big Ten West race for me.
If not, is there a non-usual suspect that has your attention?
It's tough in the West because it seems like everybody's in the discussion on that side.
Except for Northwestern, who people seem to really be poo-pooing. But they may have one of the best coaches.
And won 2 of the past 3 division titles when nobody was picking them in either of those years either, right? Northwestern, they're just, and I know they're a little like Iowa, where like the level of offense they need to win games they want to win them is extremely low. And I don't mean that as a negative. I mean, like, they have built both sides of the ball to be able to do it that way. And Evan Hull, I think, is a pretty good running back. That helps. I'd just like to know something more about another playmaker or two for Northwestern. And then, Brandon Joseph's one of the best players in college football. Losing him's a hit, but Northwestern's probably going to end up playing pretty good defense. So there's not a great dark horse candidate in my mind in the Big Ten at the moment. I can't get there with Illinois, which is also basically replacing its entire offensive line, and see what you get from Tommy DeVito. Could be good. Has been a little in the middle of the road more recently. Maybe Rutgers. They really revamped their defensive staff, but I've liked the gains that Rutgers has made. They had the most ground to make up of any team in the league, probably. So if I had to pick, that might be the one. I mean, we're not talking winning the division, but we're talking getting closer than anybody thought.
Hey, let's have some fun. This has been a week where there's been a tussle about college football. Let's have some fun here. Is this even an idea? Because I've kind of thrown this out there. Around college football, people are, what's ever going to happen to spring games? We can get them on TV. We can use them as recruiting, but it's not going to be a real game. Some places will always have at least an attempt at that. Other places are like, nope, because of injuries and because your roster is turning over a little bit. You maybe don't have as many guys. Shane Beamer yesterday from South Carolina brought up the idea that has been bandied about before, and I don't know if this would ever get any traction, but he has suggested, college football is the only sport that does not play like an exhibition or a preseason game. They don't. Basketball has a couple of closed scrimmages, or they have public scrimmage. Baseball will have some scrimmages against other teams, but college football doesn't have it. He said, why not have a scrimmage in the spring or even a scrimmage in the fall? Fun idea. Any way this is possible.
He's talking about scrimmaging a different opponent, correct?
Yeah, another opponent. And it would probably more likely be somebody you would not have any chance of playing during the regular season.
Yeah. I mean, maybe if TV wants it, that's probably the easiest path. And I think it works better in the spring, particularly from a TV perspective. I mean, people will watch football the moment it's on. We know that. It's not like they wouldn't show up for an exhibition college football game, but you do that in the spring, and you look at, Nebraska. I know some people have said, well, pit them against an FCS team. Great. I would love to see Nebraska kind of rotate through. I mean, they've had South Dakota State on the schedule. They had North Dakota, or they have North Dakota this year. So they've gotten around to some of those schools. But the spring game between Nebraska and Northern Iowa, that'd be a ton of fun. And even if both coaching staffs, kind of took the same approach, like, yeah, we're going to keep things pretty vanilla, I think you just get a much better kind of competitive game by playing somebody else simply. So I would love to see that. I would love to see it in the spring in particular.
Hey, so Brandon, let me ask you something. If you're in terms of development for Nebraska, and the spring ball thing had me thinking. Uh, Now that Nebraska has a clear idea of what they want to look like on offense, even though this happened in the offseason, should developments, in your opinion, start to reveal itself that much more, like, quicker, in your opinion?
Yeah, I think so. If you come in and if we're talking about the start of this era, like they had a pretty clear idea of they definitely know what they did and built at UCF. I think you come and you have to learn the hard way, and this is true for any coaching staff. What it is about the Big Ten that's going to prove to be different. That's going to force you to change your thinking with some things. And that has been a process for Nebraska, in my opinion. So having that knowledge now, I think you come in, and if you're going to revamp some things offensively, you have a better idea of why and what you hope to gain for it. And I think you should have a better idea of how it fits with your talent, both on the roster and then what you need to go get. So if all of those pieces are aligned, I think you should be able to see a little bit of development earlier. And this is going to be the interesting thing about Nebraska's roster now is you got a lot of guys who were kind of thawing out. Nebraska could have played some guys if they needed to, but they were pretty patient with a lot of those young players. And now that wave is here. So let's see what this looks like now that those guys kind of had the slow and steady approach to get them ready to be major contributors.
We appreciate it. Thank you, Brandon L.
Yes, thank you.
Be good. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, sounds.
Brandon Lee
Right there.
From Hail Varsity, the magazine, hailvarsity.com.
Brandon Lee.
I like that. Levante would have been pretty cool, but Lee's really good. So
That's because you have an affinity for every kung fu master that has ever performed in a movie.
not all of them. Some
You
of them.
just I rattled off like 5, and you're like, yeah, I know that guy. I like that guy. I like that guy.
Well, there was a string of them from 77 through about 87 that wasn't really very good.
I said, hey, Shane, do you like Yip Man? Oh, yeah. Hey, Shane, you like Lee Ho Chuan? Oh, yeah, he was way good. What about Wong Jack Man? Oh, yeah, I watched them.
There was a string of those guys from 70.
That's what he was doing. Every last one of them.
There was a string of those guys from like 75 through like 85 that weren't very good.
But you liked all the aforementioned during the break that I was telling you about earlier.
Right.
What about Michael Massise?
You could throw in like a Chuck Norris, and I thought he was a champion.
Well, these guys are a little different.
Yeah. Like
a little less Americanized.
Like they weren't champions.
Yeah, sure. That's it.
Imagine people if
your kung fu movie Rolodex is pretty high.
I actually have a lot of kung fu movies.
You do?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of kung fu movies.
Like on VCR?
No, that's his jam.
On DVDs. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you got any old David Carradine stuff?
I don't really.
Good call. That's going some way old school.
That's going way old school. That's too old for me.
Not any more old than like Wong Jack Man.
I and Bruce Lee's older, but I don't really care for the David Carradine stuff. Yeah. I mean, Bruce Lee should have had that role and didn't have it, but that's okay. I mean, am I bitter about it? And I wasn't even 2 when it came out. Yeah, just a little bit.
To the message boards we go.
To the message boards.
Okay.
Bruce Lee should have been the kung fu guy. Yeah.
Iowa State comes to play Nebraska in the spring. They do some 7-on-7, 11-on-11. It's kind of like the joint practice you see with NFL training camps.
Not a bad idea.
You put 70, 80,000 in Memorial Stadium to watch that?
Not a chance.
You don't think so?
Why would I don't think they'd do it if you open it up like that. Because unless you put it on a rotating schedule. Why would you you split the revenue?
Rotating.
Okay. Because I was going to say, if I'm Iowa State, I'm not chomping at the bit to make Nebraska money.
But what a great idea. I mean, but how many coaches are going to agree to this? Well, what if we get somebody injured?
I mean, are you more or less injury prone than to just?
Thank you.
I don't know.
Thank you. I see. I like coaches that think outside of the box, think of something different. Because there are places that are like, man, our spring game is not what it used to be. I mean, look at Trev wasn't happy. Trev's going to fix the format. He knows that you got to balance. Hey, we don't want to get guys hurt. We want to get in and get out. And then he's balancing the people that were chirping at him. And a lot of people chirped at him about paying full price to get that kind of a game. They want more real football. So, I mean, if people are going to look at solutions.
I bet you people would be inclined. Gosh, would I be more inclined to pay for a flag game against a different opponent or a non-take to the ground scrimmage of just my own team?
I'd like to see. I'd like to
I
see you
may
play somebody
lean
else.
towards somebody else and do flag.
Somebody you don't normally see, and you're not going to play.
I don't know what I don't know. I don't know about that.
What we do know is that you can ask us anything, and we're going to do that next on Sharp Betting in the Morning on 1620 The Zone. Hey, so I was looking at the younger Fountain that just committed to Nebraska as an 8th grader, and his brother Cale committed as an 8th grader to Florida State. Now he's a sophomore.
Yeah.
His sophomore brother broke the Class B home run record this spring.
Yeah, he hits a lot.
Wow. So the Fountains, as 8th graders, selected their college of choice to play college baseball. So good on them. Bryce selected Nebraska, and Cale's going to Florida State, and could see Norris playing here in Omaha next week for the state tournament. All right, time for Ask Us Anything. Brought to you by Oscar's Pizza and Grill. 173rd and Center-ish. The whole experience. Charbuff Wings, Big O Pizza. Take out only 162nd and Maple. They are good friends of ours. They're good friends of yours. You want atmosphere, you want good food, you know where to go. It's Oscar's. It's time for Ask Us Anything. Buckle up after the show we've had today. This may top the hospital where we're going for lunch talk.
Okay, so the first one's from Jacob. If you could pick a 3-man team, 2 movie characters, and 1 real person to join you in the Hunger Games, who would they be?
2 movie characters and a real life person.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to take Maximus Decimus Meridius from Gladiator. I'm going to take the Joker.
Ooh, that was mine.
And in real life, I'm taking Verzo.
I will go with.
I'll mess around and win right there.
All right, so I'm gonna
Verzo, Maximus, Decimus Meridius, and the Joker. Oh yeah, man, I'm living.
Any movie characters, right?
What is 2 movie characters and 1 real?
Incredible Hulk, Bane.
Yeah, how you gonna communicate with these people? You can't even give them direction.
And then I will go with John Cena.
Oh, you're dead.
Oh no.
You're dead.
No. Against your crew?
Well, who's got resolve? Like where's the ingenuity?
Dude, what are you doing with the Incredible Hulk? He's the X Factor. How you blocking him?
I'll wait till he goes to David. Calm him down when he's. Is it David Banner or Bruce Banner?
It's Bruce.
I keep thinking music. Wow.
Next.
This one from Jamie.
What's up, Jamie?
What's up, Jamie? If the 3 of you were stuck on a desert island, what would be the order in which you would eat each other for survival?
Oh, wow. Well, I'm definitely eating Shane last because that's the least amount of meat.
You ain't catching me. You ain't eating me at all.
Ingenuity, man. I set traps. I watch a lot of television.
I'd be swimming home.
Where are you going to get to?
We're on a deserted island.
I get somewhere.
Like at the bottom of the ocean?
I don't
Maybe.
know. Shane,
what's the difference?
You couldn't swim a mile.
I get eaten by Damon or eaten by sharks. I mean, what's the difference?
Take the sharks. It's quicker.
So I think my willpower and my resolve is pretty good. So I would start with Shane because you're going to give me.
You ain't catching me.
You're going to give me more protein.
That's just
on a deserted island. I think it could catch you.
What's wrong with? We set a trap or wait for him to
sleep.
Yeah. Shane would be crying about the bugs the whole time.
That'd be awkward.
It's a trap.
We'd have to kill Shane.
Well,
Shane,
there's inhumane ways.
Put him to sleep.
Well, Asian White told me there's this thing called culling where you there's a humane way to break chickens' necks. So maybe we could do that with Shane.
I would just try the move I tried on my brother. I'd go with the sleeper.
I don't know if that's a real thing.
Oh, my brother was like
who's sitting still long enough to let you put that on him?
Well, he was much younger than I was.
Wow, bully.
Yeah, he was like 3.
Bully.
And I was practicing wrestling moves.
I just watched a video on TikTok where it says victim caught up with bully, and they were like sparring in the ring at Huntington Beach, and the bully was getting wore out. I just watched that. I may be able to still pull that up. It's weird the things I'm captivated by.
Oh, yeah, look at what we've talked about. They birdies and shuttlecocks.
Okay, so this one's from Justin. Morning, men, and happy Cinco de Mayo.
What's up, Justin?
By the way, Cinco de Mayo, much more popular in the U.S. than it is in Mexico, if you're wondering.
Well, is it a real thing in Mexico?
Yes, it is. It's to celebrate the Battle of Pueblo in 1862, I believe.
Yeah, I don't know. Not up on my Cinco de Mayo history.
But it became popular in this country really kind of in the 80s by the beer companies. They started to market it. But it's, much more
Weird.
popular here in the US than it is in
Commercializing a
Mexico.
holiday at somebody else's expense. Valentine's Day says, hold my roses.
I know. Ho, ho, ho.
Would you rather go to the grocery store in your underwear or go to the beach nude?
Ooh. Grocery store in your underwear or a nude beach? I've never been to a nude beach. Damon?
I haven't either. What's the question again?
Would you rather go to the grocery store in your underwear or go to the beach nude?
See, I think I'd rather go to the beach nude because it's probably going to be less people that I might run into that I know. I don't know a lot of nudists.
But he's not asking about a nudist. He's not asking would you go to a nudist beach. He's just asking if you just go
like
to
a regular beach?
That's the way I'm taking it.
Like I could go down to Lenoma Beach and be nude?
No, I'm for
Won't
sure.
be the first time.
I'm for sure taking a grocery store.
Yeah, but look at you running into people you know.
Yeah, but I mean, when's the last time you saw somebody attractive at the grocery store? You'd be cool in your underwear. If you saw somebody attractive at the beach,
180th and Pacific High V.
It may lead to problems.
180th Pacific High V.
Yeah, why would I go grocery shopping that far? That's
You just asked the question.
That's Timo's grocery store.
Yeah, I'm surprised he goes there.
Okay, so anyway,
he once had somebody convinced that I didn't have all my faculties.
And how did you respond?
I don't know. She probably still to this day thinks it because we've picked up groceries.
Ask my wife.
Wow.
Yeah.
I would go nude beach. I'm going to run into somebody at the grocery store.
Give me the grocery.
They don't need to be seeing that.
Okay.
180 Pacific. Go to the High V and then thank me later. Oh, that's what I'm told. That's what I'm told.
I got one left here.
Right.
This one from David, if you could hack one person's Twitter, who would you hack and what would you tweet?
I would hack. Clay Travis is up there.
Ooh.
Jason Whitlock is up there. Former President Donald J. Trump is up there. Kevin Durant is up there.
About Elon Musk?
No, because he says such off the wall things. Like people, what could I say to
You could start
Trump
tweeting normal stuff.
Yeah.
Have a good day.
Like
Be kind.
Good morning.
You know who I would
Make sure
do?
you drink your orange juice.
I would do John Rothstein. And I would tweet out
Sources.
The buzz is not palpable. I don't care what you say about my sources. You got to know there are sources. And we stay awake in May. We don't sleep in May. That was very light. Wait, he's a polarizing guy.
John Rothstein?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's asleep, though, in May, so we can't get a hold of him until June.
Our former boss found him.
That's true.
Dude, I kind of like my 3-man crew with Maximus, the Joker, and Verzal.
I mean, I like the Joker.
So what if you guys had to fish or something? How are you gonna ration out things with the Hulk and Bane?
So the Hulk could walk right in and just out of the water.
But how do you know he would give you some? He may just eat it all.
Well, he's into the team concept.
How are you gonna sneak up on anybody? Got a bunch of loud breathing, tree branch breaking folks.
Well, Cena would be able to sneak up on people because he doesn't need his music.
Speaking of that,
no, You Can't See Me was a song. It doesn't mean it's real life.
So speaking of that, the one guy that can fish out of us three, and you're taking me out first to eat on the island. I mean, I'd be the guy catching all the food for you. I mean, I'd be the last person you want to take out first. Just saying. You know, think through before you do it.
Yeah, Shane, I think you're being eaten.
No.
I think you're done. We are done with this. Thank you, Oscars. Ask us anything. Shane will select the winner. You get a gift card from Oscars Pizza and Grill. Brian Edwards coming up next. All right, time as we do, we finish up on Thursday with our money man, Vegas Insider, senior handicapper, new fan of Desmond Ridder, rescuing the Falcons. It is Brian Edwards. Good Thursday morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning, gentlemen. What's up?
Did you like the Falcons pick at quarterback?
No.
Okay. Well, you can wait till next year then.
Hey, would you like to even think about that? He was like, no. No.
Yeah.
At least you guys will be about $2 trillion under the cap next year.
Right?
Golly, you'll have money to spend.
I saw the quote that Matt Ryan said, I'd probably still be in Atlanta if Atlanta hadn't pursued Deshaun Watson, which y'all know that made me even more frustrated. Arthur Blank's been a great owner, but now he's not a great owner anymore, in my opinion.
And Matt Ryan's off to a good start in Indy. All right, let's dive into the NBA because tonight is an off night in the association after the Suns and the Heat went up 2-0 last night. Where we come back and we play on Friday, but I want to jump to a game because I think we're still waiting to see if the NBA is going to do anything with Dylan Brooks. But Game 3 in a series that's tied a game apiece now goes to San Francisco. The first two games have been absolutely wild. I mean, it's been entertaining. Warriors on the home floor, 6.5-point favorites. Who do you like here, and should people wait until the NBA comes down with a ruling on if Dylan Brooks will be available to play?
Yeah, after I sent that email, I thought to myself, normally, even if Dylan Brooks was suspended, I probably wouldn't because Memphis' depth is so good. I mean, they could throw Melton in there, but the fact that Desmond Bane's back seems to be bothering him, and he's not right, I think that makes it even more important on Dylan Brooks. So, yeah, I should have thrown that caveat out on the email. Let's wait. But I lean Grizzlies. They won 3 of 4 during the regular season, had a win at Golden State. They had a win at Golden State last year as well. So but you can win there. But so my lean is Memphis plus 6.5, but probably need to find out about Brooks only because Bain doesn't seem like he's healthy.
Have you allowed yourself to even consider what this Heat 76ers series would be like with Embiid?
Oh, it'd be a heck of a series, but I still like Miami anyway. I'd already bet them minus 1.5 games at plus 115 odds. But yeah, it would be much more competitive, obviously. I hope he's able to come back tomorrow, but I have my doubts after some of the reporting I heard yesterday.
Hey, so the Milwaukee-Boston series, and it's a game apiece, and now it goes to Milwaukee. It was over in the first quarter the other night after Milwaukee won game 1, so people didn't pay much attention to it. But the lines have kind of been a little bit all over the map in the first 2 games. The Bucks are home; they got the 3-point favorite on the home floor. How do you see game 3 playing out? And then also on the side, where do you see this series going?
Oh, I have no idea where the series is going. It's I think it's a toss-up. But I got to go Milwaukee in game 3. You know, they accomplished their goal in game 1, came out a little flat in game 2, and just and Boston was on fire too. Let's give them credit; they were hitting shots, and but I got to go Milwaukee in game 3. We don't know how healthy Marcus Smart's going to be, and if he takes another knee to the thigh, those multiple Charlie horses he's got are not going to be feeling good.
Let me hop over to UFC 274 because you like him. I like him. You apparently like money more. Cerrone, I was surprised to see he's this big of a fave. He hasn't looked great. Looks a little shot, but I mean, listen, Lausanne is not some spring chicken. But was minus 180 too much for you for Cowboy?
Yeah, I thought it should have been a pick'em. Lausanne looked great his last fight. He's had a lot of time off. Has not taken much damage the last several years. I know Cowboy's had his most extended break, and I love Cowboy. Y'all know I rarely fade him, if ever. No, he is fighting an old guy just like him, so it's going to be a very good fight. But I got to take the plus 140-ish on Lausanne.
Well, Cerrone hasn't won since 19,
and he's been getting whipped too. That's the thing. How about Gaethje? Not a ton of value, and I guess maybe plus 145 is good, but you got a different way you like it. You're going to take rounds?
Yeah, I'm going to go under 1.5 rounds for a plus 150 payout. The thinking being, I think Gaethje could get a knockout in round 1 or early round 2, and I think Oliveira could get a submission in round 1 or early round 2. I think Oliveira has improved drastically with his striking, but I think once he takes some big shots from Gaethje, he's going to want to turn it into a wrestling grappling match. And the under if the totals were 1.5 rounds like it is Saturday, the under would be on a 10-6 run for Oliveira and a 4-2 run for Gaethje.
What about Rose Namajunas? 2-1, a little over 2-1. Any value there?
I think if you got a parlay working, I think you put Rose in it. I don't want to lay minus 220 on a straight price. I will throw another one. I think Tony Ferguson, I know he hasn't looked good lately, kind of like Cowboy.
Shots.
But I don't disagree with that necessarily, but I think he's got a shot here. He's had a year off. Chandler's only had 6 months off since he took that beating from Gaethje. Look, all Chandler did was beat Hooker. He lost to Oliveira. He lost to Gaethje. Ferguson lost to Gaethje and needed a year off. And then he came back in 7 months and lost to Oliveira. But Oliveira, in his last 13 wins, has 12 finishes. Did not finish Ferguson. Then Ferguson got out-grappled by Dariush. So, look, I'm not saying put much money on it. But I think Ferguson's got a chance here against Chandler. He's 38. Chandler's 36. He's not facing these young lions like Oliveira, Gaethje, or Dariush in this one. I think it's a little too expensive of a price for Chandler.
Hey, enjoy 274. That's a good card.
It's going to be a great one, fellas. Thanks for having
You'll
me.
be up late, man. That's West Coast. That's Phoenix, man.
Say that again?
I said you're going to be up late. That's Phoenix.
Oh, yeah. I'll be up late. I'll be watching, brother.
2 a.m. Let's get it.
Thanks, Brian.
See
Brian,
you guys.
Brian Edwards, our senior handicapper from Vegas Insider. Vegas B. Edwards on Twitter. Now, tomorrow, we've got a loaded show. We're going to talk about the Kentucky Derby. Big A is going to stop by, and you got to get up early. Big A's got a new gig, and so he's going to join us in the first hour. We have a lot of football. It's going to be a football Friday tomorrow.
Yeah, a little local flavor.
Yeah. We might get an update in studio on a particular important ingredient of Nebraska football in 2022 when he stops by.
Let's get it.
That's tomorrow when we join you at 6. Great show, everybody. Hope you had fun. You learned the difference between a shuttlecock and a birdie and what hospital has the best food. We're going to lunch at a hospital. We'll report back tomorrow. Sharp and Betting in the morning at 1620 The Zone.